So this board meeting of the Board of Education for November 10th, 2020 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted as required by state law. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. That means we're all TV stars tonight. Welcome everyone to tonight's board meeting. We are going to be hearing an update on reentry and our ability to offer some limited in-person instruction, which is really exciting. Following that update, we will get another update on the Fund for PPS, our first annual update. We are going to begin our time together tonight with the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items that you would like to pull from the consent agenda for us to discuss and vote at the end of the meeting? Any items to pull?
So I had a couple questions about the College Board contract.
So do you want to pull it, Julia, or do you want to ask those questions as part of discussion of the consent agenda?
I think they're pretty basic. I guess I would ask the staff whether they want to ask, whether they're prepared to answer them. I sent the questions. In which case we could do it now, or
if you think they're pretty basic, I say do it now, and then we can move on. So let's get the consent agenda before us, and then we can ask those questions. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
Oh, and I should ask, were there any other board members who wanted to pull anything from the consent agenda? Okay. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
So it sounded to me like Director Scott moved and Director Bailey seconded the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? Dr. Brim-Edwards?
so I don't know if Dr. Cuellar or Aurora are prepared to answer the questions I sent, but it was around the College Board, the PSAT and the SAT tests.
Actually, that one's probably going to fall with Dr. Brown.
Okay, Dr. Brown. And I'm sorry because you weren't on the email that I sent. So my question was, I know earlier this year there was a question about PPS's participation in the PSAT and the SATs for our sophomores and juniors and seniors. And I couldn't tell from this contract whether this, and the question related to students being allowed to take them and therefore being, having the ability to access national merit scholarships. And so I couldn't tell from the agenda item because it looked like the original proposal by the College Board was for a lot more of actual individual tests, and the actual purchase order we had was for a lesser number. And so I was wondering what our approach was. Are we offering that to the PSAT to all sophomores and juniors, and then the SAT to all seniors?
So the window for the PSAT that would have been offered to all sophomores would have been in October, and that's passed. And we were in CDL at that point, and did not, within the guidance that was offered by the state, it just simply wasn't permissible. And we have held open then the really the hope that we'd be able to offer the PSAT and the SAT later in the academic year. And the College Board has opened a window in January, which would be particularly interesting for our juniors who are interested in pursuing the National Merit Scholarship. The most recent guidance from ODE would still cap the number of students that we could test at 250 per building, which is less than our enrollment for many of our buildings for the 11th grade class. So at this point, we're trying to hold that door open, and we're working with our buildings as to how best to make that opportunity available for our students. But without having this contract in place, then we do not even have the opportunity to hold that door open for our students moving forward.
So in theory, just to make sure I understand that this contract gives us the option, and how it gets structured within the current limitations we have the flexibility to figure that out. But this would gives us the capacity that every senior would be able to could take, if assuming we could figure it out how to do it within the guidelines, could take the SAT, and that all juniors and sophomores could take the PSAT.
So again, the cap per building would be 250 for a test day. And so that does raise some challenges. And again, we're working with our buildings to work through the logistics of that and what could be offered. I do not believe that this will support a census assessment. I want to be clear about that. And so, again, for those students who would be eligible for the National Merit Scholarship, we want to explore every opportunity to offer that in January. And then we're very hopeful that we may have an expanded opportunity later in the year for the SAT. It will depend entirely on the metrics as we move forward.
Great. That's my only question. I appreciate staff working to try and make this happen for our juniors and seniors.
Dr. Brown, this is Amy. What about the other restriction around seat time or amount of time that the test would take to implement? Is there any waiver on that, or we still would be with CDL, that would still be a sticking point too?
So the most recent guidance that came from ODE gives us flexibility within the administration time that would allow for a normal administration and actually a time and a half administration, which is desirable for us because then we could afford that, at least that accommodation for students. So yeah, we don't have the same restrictions that we would have had with the CDL with limited in person with only 2 hours. That is helpful for this event. So.
Thanks, that's good news.
So Dr. Brown, given where we are today with metrics, what could we do today if today was test day?
Had we worked with our buildings, we could have had up to 250 students participate in the assessment. And that's given that all the logistics could be worked out to make that happen. So the constraints right now are based on what the ODE guidance is. If we were fortunate enough to see our metrics improve, we could potentially expand that number once we're out of CDL. And that would be the hope, that as we enter into the spring, that we might see our metrics improve such that we wouldn't be under that 250 cap.
Currently, given current metrics, we
250.
could do with proper planning 250 at each school.
Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you.
All right, is there any further board discussion?
Actually, just one last question on the same topic. How will the opportunity be communicated to students and their families? We've just got some correspondence on the topic, and I'm curious about how that will be shared.
So we'll work with our buildings to share that, and I think that's part of the planning process moving forward. We've already had conversation with a couple of our building leaders, and this will have to go through a limited in-person planning process like we would for any other. And part of that involves a communication timeline as well. But that communication will definitely have to be done in conjunction with buildings as we move forward.
Thanks.
Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
I think I heard no. Okay, great. The board will now vote on resolution 6200 through 6202. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
Thank you, Nathaniel. All right, well, we turn now to our time of student and public comment. Before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for comment. The board thanks and appreciates the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. And our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Our board office will follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have any additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or to the superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. That's public comment as all one word at pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comment time that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means that it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student or public comment?
Yes, we have Davia Harvey.
I think I saw Davia here. Davia, are you with us?
I am.
Oh, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
I think, did Davia just accidentally mute herself?
Did I?
Now you're back.
You're back. All right. You can go ahead and begin, Davia.
Okay. Hi, my name is Davia Harvey. My last name is spelled Harvey, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm in 6th grade at Mount Tabor Middle School and in the Spanish Immersion program. It is my understanding that PPS is changing boundaries for some of the schools in Southeast Portland. I live in the South Tabor neighborhood and have Franklin High School, Kellogg Middle School, and Atkinson Elementary all in walking distance, less than a half mile away. I don't need to cross any dangerous streets and feel very safe walking to school in my neighborhood that I know very well. This is a neighborhood where I live, where I grew up in, and where my friends live. I know my neighbors and I know my way around. My friends and I have talked about the boundary change, and we do not feel safe having to go all the way to Harrison Park and Madison when the schools in our neighborhood are less than a half mile away. We can safely walk there, and we already play there all the time. I don't understand why we need to travel 1.5 miles to Harrison Park when Kellogg is less than a quarter away, or travel 4 miles to Madison when Franklin is a mile away. If I were to go to Kellogg and Franklin, I would bike. I would walk and bike. Now, if I went to Madison and Harrison, I would need to take the bus because my parents have work and can't drive me. And I know that is the case for many other kids too. Also, it is not environmentally a good idea to drive when you can walk. In school, we have talked about global warming, and it is one of the biggest threats to my future. This is why I ask you to consider the importance of neighborhood schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Davia. And I know we've got Director Moore and Director Bailey are on the Southeast Guiding Coalition working with that team, and appreciate those comments that you have shared tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Kara, do we have further public or student comment?
Yes, Logan Clear.
Yes, that's me. So, you want me to go ahead?
Yes, please. Thank you, Logan.
Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Logan Cliers. Last name is spelled K-L-E-I-E-R. And I have 2 sons that go to Grant High School. And they are struggling and have told me recently in no uncertain terms that they haven't learned anything via distance learning. And given this, I'm before you today to ask you to do 2 things. First, develop a distance learning dashboard that informs you how well or poorly distance learning is working in PPS. And second, conduct standardized testing this spring so that you know how far behind our kids have fallen in terms of educational competency. Data from other school districts show distance learning is not a substitute for in-person learning. The Dallas Independent School District last week announced its MAP scores for 5th grade and showed over 50% of its 5th graders no longer test at grade level. And this is compared to around 25% pre-pandemic. Their head of academic affairs called these results, quote, atrocious. Today, Salem-Keizer schools released data showing 40% of all grades are Fs, which is triple the normal amount. And unsurprisingly, all of these losses are felt more acutely by economically disadvantaged families. And critically, we can only expect these results to worsen with each passing day. Common sense tells us kids will not adapt better with time. However, better data in a dashboard will let you know just how bad it's getting for students. I feel there's no doubt you need data and you need a dashboard to inform your discussions about whether the service you provide is working for students. I recommend you create a distance learning health check dashboard, make it public, and track the following. First, the number of Ds and Fs given within high school. Second, the number of absences across all schools, elementary, middle, and high school. Third, the number of IEPs and 504 plans, again, across all schools. And lastly, the number of students that have unenrolled or withdrawn since the beginning of the pandemic, which I believe you'll hear about in about an hour's time. Data points such as these give you the ability to create a green, yellow, red status on PPS and inform your discussions on what to do about distance learning. Yesterday, I submitted a public records request for these data. I'm assuming it will cost me hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to get this data from PPS. However, you as school board members can obtain these for free and should seek them out as a way to frame your discussions about how and when to get schools open again. Now, granted, I recognize Multnomah County's coronavirus infection rates do not allow PPS to reopen even in hybrid mode. However, independent of this, there's value in creating such a dashboard. First, it has value because it will help parents make informed decisions on whether they want to send their kids back to school. Eventually, PPS will get back open, and parents want to make informed choices about sending their kids back. Publicly available data allows them to make that informed choice. And second, better data will help you take a data-driven approach to determine whether the service you offer is failing our kids and steps you're willing to take to get schools open again. I say this because I believe PPS has a moral obligation to advocate to the governor on behalf of the children it serves when the service it provides is failing. And better data helps you to be an advocate for children. Surely there must be a point at which PPS would hit the quote all stop button and help the governor develop solutions to get at-risk children back in schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no, I said it and then I was still muted, so I left a space. We have Sadie Pettigrew.
Hi, my name is Sadie Pettigrew. We are here to talk about the boundaries for the South Tabor neighborhood schools. My last name is Pettigrew, Pettigrew. My daughter and I are going to talk. We have obviously 2 daughters currently at Bridger Middle School. My husband and I feel like the boundary line at Woodward Street is so bizarre. This boundary line will literally divide our neighborhood in half. This school year has already seriously impacted our kids socially, and to fragment some kids even more by separating them from their school community only compounds the problem. Franklin and Kellogg are our neighborhood schools. Our daughters can walk to Kellogg Middle School 0.4 miles and Franklin High School 0.8 miles from our home. Harrison Park is where they're wanting our kids to change their middle school, is 1.2 miles crossing 2 major streets, and Madison High School is 3.4 miles from our home. The proximity of our neighborhood school is obviously the safest for our children. We have been part of our neighborhood for 20 years and have anticipated our girls going to high school. We have been to plays, sporting events. I was assistant basketball coach for the PIL. We've been to high school tours. Our girls have just always thought that they were going to go to this school. So over the years, and we feel like our children, it's the most equitable choice for our children to attend their neighborhood school with their friends and community. Thank you for listening. This is my daughter, Presley, and she would like to talk as well.
Hello, my name is Presley Pettigrew, Pettigrew. My pronouns are she/her. I'm in the 7th grade, and I go to Jim Bridger 1 through 8th. I'm in the neighborhood program. I think we should be able to go to Kellogg for many reasons, so I'm going to list a reason I...
Presley, could you slow down just?
When I get excited or
I
excited.
totally get it. I have to like breathe deeply when I'm reading our script for board meeting nights, so I don't rush through everything and people can understand me. But I'm getting old now. I used to talk faster when I was young, and so it takes my brain a little moment to process what you're saying. I'm so sorry. So if you could extend me that kindness, I'd appreciate it.
I think we should be able to go to Kellogg for many reasons. So I'm going to list a few reasons why I think we should be able to go. First of all, we live pretty much right there, 4 blocks away. Me and my sister could easily walk from there to our house, or to our house from there. We should go back. Why should we go to Harrison Park when that is much further away and harder to cross over to? Why can't the boundary be division as well? Why cut it off at Woodward? Also, for myself as an example, I went to an entire new school with no friends at all. It was decently hard, far away, and it took me a while to adjust to everyone there. Making new friends is not a skill I fully can give. But going to Kellogg, I'll be reunited with many of my old friends and the 2 of my new friends. Second of all, I don't fully understand why you're splitting the neighborhood in half, or why we should go to a high school, middle school that are further away than less than a mile away. Franklin and Kellogg are less than a mile away. Why? And lastly, you won't probably pay attention to me because I'm only in the 7th grade, but I'm standing up for what I believe in.
I don't know. I think if we're smart, we pay attention to 7th graders. This is what middle schoolers are pretty smart about what's going on in the world. So thank you so much, Presley, for your testimony tonight and for slowing down so that I could catch all the important things you had to say. I really appreciate you accommodating me like that.
Thank you for listening.
Is there any other public or student testimony tonight, Ms. Bradshaw?
No, that concludes who signed up.
All right, sorry, I have to find my script. I want to thank everybody again for their comments, and please feel free to connect with our board manager, Roseanne Powell, if you have something specifically you want to follow up with the board office. We continue getting to hear from students tonight, which is awesome. We have our student representative, Nathaniel, next. Would you like to provide us with your report this evening, Nathaniel?
I would. Thank you. These last few weeks have been very busy for myself and surely for most other high school students, not least because the first quarter ended last Thursday, in addition to the watershed historical events that have unfolded over the last week. So bearing this and the fact that we will be meeting again in only a week in mind, I'll keep this brief. I would like to, on behalf of the students of PPS, thank the voters of our district for supporting the renewal of our bond by an unprecedented margin of 3-1. Its passage is an extraordinary...
Nathaniel, I think that calls for some wild cheering.
Oh, yes, please.
So let's have some wild cheering. Thank you, voters. Right, please continue. Thank you for indulging my celebratory mood there.
Of course. Where was I? Its passage is an extraordinary and perhaps unparalleled step forward for our mission and our students. It is also a real victory for the Jefferson community who have awaited this day for far too long. I look forward to working with all of you to implement the bond and urge us to be intentional in engaging students throughout this process, particularly those from schools and communities which will be most affected by the bond, in addition to the DSC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel, for your report and for getting us in a celebratory space. Superintendent Guerrero, are we going to be doing wild cheering during your report tonight, do you think?
Well, Nathaniel, and anytime we have a student representative, it's always a tough act to follow. So I appreciate my time slot on the agenda. But actually, Chair, with your permission, before I begin my remarks for this evening, we do have a little surprise for the directors this evening. So as a short interlude, I think it's best introduced by our district's visual and performing arts leader, Miss Kristen Brayson. Kristen?
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. Thank you, Chair Lowry, members of the board. I'm super thrilled to be here tonight to introduce a little surprise to you. We were able to get some excellent video of one of our students. Her name is, as you know, Jefferson has a comprehensive dance program, and Zoe herself has made her way through the ranks of that dance program. She's a Jefferson dancer, as I mentioned, and she is presenting a piece tonight. It's a modern piece that has been choreographed by one of her teachers at Jefferson, modern dance teacher. That teacher's name is Rachel Slater. I just wanted to give a shout out to Rachel. But in addition to that, a big shout out to all of our visual and performing arts educators, particularly a shout out to our high school visual art educators, because as we know, we have programs 9-12 in all of our high schools, and we, agnostic of discipline, all of these teachers work really hard to get to that pinnacle of learning for our students. And that is often carried through in this process like we're seeing with Zoe, where a teacher is side by side, really coaching a student to get to that moment of video performance. And in this case, this is Zoe's presentation for audition for college. And so we're getting to see Zoe in her moment of light as she communicates her art form. And this is Zoe presenting to the world her audition tape for various colleges for dance across the nation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I think the power of her movements and the beauty of those lines, that's incredible. And just, you could see her giving her whole self to that routine. And I think, I don't know, Kristen, what your official title is, Chair, Chief, Director Brayson, that it's such a symbol. That dance is symbolic of the way that our students give themselves so fully to their work. And I know that as you said, the instructors of the arts are also there with their students giving themselves fully. So thank you for sharing that beautiful surprise with us tonight.
Beautiful. That was beautiful. I want to also share that my younger sister was accepted into the Martha Graham School of Dance in New York. They actually were here in Portland for 3 weeks, like many other dance companies during those days. And she auditioned right when they were here. So there's a lot of possibility out there, and that was really wonderful to be shared during this meeting.
It was. Also, Kristen, while we have you on the line, I just want to say thank you to all of our arts educators, because there's, I know, been a huge logistical push to get students what they need to be able to create in different media. And I've heard some pretty amazing stories about teachers going out of their way to make sure kids get the materials that they need. So thank you to everybody making it happen so that kids can continue these passions.
Yeah, I think it's, this video itself shows that a lot of times off book of the curriculum, we have those teachers really working in support of students. So I'm glad you got to see that manifestation tonight.
It was funny as you started speaking tonight, Kristen, I could hear my daughter finishing up her clarinet practice for her band. Yeah, so arts are happening all around PPS in lots of ways. Thank you so much.
Well, I couldn't have planned that any better. Thank you so much, Zoe, Ms. Slater, and the always fabulous Kristen Brayson for sharing that wonderful performance with this evening. I just thought, even in this time of pandemic, beautiful art, dance, and music, it's being practiced and performed by our talented students every day. And I also wanted to share an appreciation to all of our VAPA educators who I know are working hard to help our students prepare at this time, especially for auditions and portfolios. It reminded me how my orchestra director once did the same thing for me my senior year. So a thank you to the esteemed Dr. Thomas Tatton out there. The rest is history. Well, good evening, directors, and good evening to everybody who's joining us via a live stream. I thought starting the report this evening featuring a student would help us continue to keep our students at the center. It's been 3 weeks since our last meeting. In some ways, it feels much longer, given all that's happened during that time, including some really significant events, both locally and in our country during that time. And I'll certainly be making a few comments about these current events after first I highlight a handful of other related items. And I have a feeling our directors will likely also have some sentiments they probably want to share with our broader community too. So I'll get to the election news in just a bit, but first, in other important news, you're all aware that last Friday, Governor Brown announced a 2-week pause, next slide, Roseanne, on social activities in 5 Oregon counties, including Multnomah County. So the governor announced 4 more counties, including Washington County, to be added to the pause list today. So this action essentially tightens already existing restrictions on public gatherings, especially those taking place indoors. The pause announced by the governor does not include guidance specific to schools, but all employers are directed to ask employees to work from home unless it's necessary for them to be on site. Much of the announced aspects of the pause are already in keeping with current PPS practices, so no big changes for us at the moment. But the reason for this pause is actually what's troubling. Our COVID trajectory is going in the wrong direction, the trend, as the state and Multnomah County continue setting daily case records. So we're nowhere near done with this pandemic, and it's incumbent upon all of us to treat COVID-19 with the same vigilance as was required a month or 6 months ago. So that vigilance is necessary now more than ever. Our COVID metrics are not good news right now for our community and for our ability to reopen our schools to students anytime in the short term. Tonight, Chiefs Brown and Martinick will, however, have a staff update on where we are with limited in-person opportunities later this evening. I know staff is working on creating a more extended session to dive in with some of the more granular details, including hearing directly from some of our health advisory team. We want to make sure that the larger community understands this connection between current health metrics and our ability to contemplate welcoming back students to campus more comprehensively. We're all anxious to reach the necessary conditions required so that we can open our classrooms to students again. Making that day a reality will take all of us at PPS and in the larger community following safe public health practices. Later this week, we will roll out a new social media campaign that explains the role all of us have in getting back to in-person learning. So to everyone in our community, a plea, please continue to wear masks and practice social distancing wherever you are. On this evening's regular meeting agenda, also, we will hear from Chief Jonathan Garcia, an update about the fund for PPS. As you know, the fund has played a critical role during the pandemic, helping to provide essential services to a number of our families. And there's much more to come. It's true that the pandemic is urgent to us right now, but I know that the fund directors are also planning for the longer term and how philanthropy can be a significant and strategic role in PPS's ongoing transformation work. So I look forward to hearing more from Victoria Lara, chair of the fund's board of directors, who will be up in just a few minutes. And finally, I can't wait to talk about this, we can now mark 1 week since the polls closed across the country. And it was certainly a historically significant election for our district, for our city, and for our country. Given the much anticipated and tumultuous run up to November 3rd, particularly related to the presidential election, we shared our first ever election toolkit with students, staff, and families. That toolkit contained guidelines for political speech, hate speech protocols, lesson plans, professional development content, and resources that were made available to educators and students as they prepared for election week. So this democratic process affords, as I mentioned in my superintendent's message to the community, a real life teachable moment regarding civic engagement and government. Election day finally arrived last Tuesday, and of course it's still taking a few days before we know for sure, but the country will be swearing in, it looks like, a new president in January. So I want to point out a couple of the many outcomes that coincide with President-elect Biden that are relevant to us in public education. First, and I know she was here in town recently with us. First, Dr. Jill Biden, our soon-to-be First Lady. She's been an educator for more than 3 decades. As an English teacher at the public high school and community college levels, as well as at a psychiatric hospital for adolescents. I'm confident that Dr. Biden will be a powerful advocate for public education. And given all we know about the importance and power of representation, it's certain that Vice President-elect Harris, her ascent will inspire a generation of young people of color, especially young women of color, across the country. Here in Portland, voters overwhelmingly voted yes for Portland schools, with successful passing of a bond measure that will provide over $1.2 billion for capital projects. This represents the largest school bond measure in Oregon history. Our community sent a strong message that they agree that our students deserve safe, modern learning environments and access to programs and high quality instructional materials and tools that will engage them and ultimately lead to their success. To be a little more specific, the 2020 Portland Public Schools bond will fund health and safety projects in schools across the school district, replace textbooks and technology equipment district-wide, modernize Jefferson High School, begin planning for a Center for Black Student Excellence, make historic investments in accessibility long overdue, complete the modernization of Benson Polytechnic High School, expand instructional and CTE space at Roosevelt High School, expand multiple pathways to graduation facility construction, and continue design and planning to modernize Cleveland and Wilson High Schools. Aside from PPS's own measure, I think everyone's aware that the public libraries, Parks and Rec, and Preschool for All also passed successful measures, and congratulations to their efforts. Collectively, this represents a real victory for children, youth, and families of Portland. I can't underline enough how enormous a milestone this is for us and for our students. To our voters, on behalf of PPS's leadership team, both at the central office and at schools, from our educators, staff, and most importantly, the students of Portland Public Schools, I share the deepest gratitude to Portland voters for their expressed confidence and trust. And I want to thank our board of directors whose vision for the bond, their active advocacy, leadership, and campaigning helped the measure not only pass, but do so at historic levels of support. We look forward to staying in touch with all of our constituents and stakeholders as we work with the community to implement this bond. As with the 2012 and 2017 capital improvement school bonds, PPS's Bond Accountability Committee, an independent group of appointed community members, will review quarterly reports and audits of how the bond dollars are being spent to provide accountability to the public until construction and implementation are complete. And directors, that concludes my remarks this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. There's a lot to celebrate and a lot to look forward to, even as we also look at our COVID numbers and know that there's a lot of hand washing we need to do. I had said that my hands weren't as chapped as they were in March because I've been really good about hand washing, and I pledged that I would get better, and I have. So I hope all of us are able to make sure we're consistently washing our hands and wearing those masks. All right, we had an awesome super fun board retreat on Halloween. And one of the things we talked about was moving our committee reports up in the agenda so that we could share the work that the board is doing more effectively with one another and with members of the public. So we're gonna turn now to our committee reports, and I have a partial list of some, but I know that there's more. But we're gonna go ahead and begin with Julia. Do you have a report from the audit committee for us tonight?
No, it hasn't met. I have a Rose Quarter I-5 report, but I can do that. I can do that after the. Go ahead and go through the.
Let's go ahead and have you do the. You were on my list. I couldn't remember why I assumed audit, but it was because of the Rose Quarter. So please go ahead if you're ready and give that report.
Sure. I'm currently serving on the Rose Quarter I-5 expansion executive advisory committee, and most notably we had a meeting the last 2 weeks in which the advisory committee adopted values and the committee charter. And I've got to say, I'm concerned about the direction the project is heading, just in the context of Harriet Tubman Middle School, which is immediately adjacent to the project. And we've had already existing air quality issues in which the district has made a very significant investment when we reopened Tubman. And the direction that this project is going is not, I believe, living up to the values that are stated, which is partly to address past inequities that have come about because of the I-5 going right through Albina. And at the last meeting, when we adopted the values and charters, that I offered language because it was completely silent on the impact on Harriet Tubman. I offered language to include in the values and charter document that the air quality in the grounds of Harriet Tubman and the adjacent Lillis Albina Park is at a level that medical and public health professionals feel is safe for children and youth. And the ODOT instead proposed, which was the language that was ultimately adopted, that the project will just improve the air quality on the grounds of Harriet Tubman. So obviously that's a much weaker standard than an incremental or immaterial improvement is a much weaker standard than air quality that we know is healthy and safe. And when asked about what their baseline for the improvement would be, they were unable to state what that was or what improvement they were willing to commit to. So 2 weeks later, we're still waiting for that language. We'll be continuing to press them. Just that's an issue. We can create a very safe and healthy environment inside the school through the very significant investments we've made. But obviously, when the students are outside or walking to and from school, the air quality has a huge impact, and this has the potential to make things worse. So that'll be an area that we're continuing to work on. And then the second piece, and Director Bailey, feel free to jump in. There's also work on a separate committee relating to the CAPS, which is something that's really important to Albina Vision Trust, and whether the sort of rebuilding community in Albina can be restored. Director Bailey, do you want to add anything to that piece of the project work?
So again, Albina Vision, as they have sketched out a vision for that part of Portland, proposed a really broad I'm thinking at least a dozen block long lid over the freeway that could then get redeveloped and maybe even have some recreational outdoor value for folks. ODOT's response was to do a 2-block lid that would be highly exposed to, it would be right over the freeway, so highly exposed to vehicle exhaust, which we know is incredibly unhealthy. So ODOT has contracted with ZGF, a local architectural planning firm, to do 2 things: run a public process to get input from the community on different scenarios, and to cost those out. And we gave them some feedback about that, because the other thing is what Albina Vision would propose is probably far outside the budget that ODOT has, which is already substantially over the initial dollar amount estimated. So that's daunting. The gap between what ODOT thinks would work versus a truer vision for redeveloping the area is quite wide. And the fact that Albina Vision has chosen not to participate in this process due to ODOT's actions over the last couple of months means I was trying to be diplomatic to say you have a real challenge in running a public process that anybody in the community would see as valid if Albina Vision isn't participating. Director Brim Edwards, I think you were being somewhat kind to ODOT to say you're worried about how this is coming down. ODOT over the last year, I guess, has given every indication that they're just going to ram this process through over any kind of community opposition. And again, there's some community support for it as well. I don't mean to discount that, but their absolute failure to take into account any of the points that we have brought up in terms of the health of our students, not to mention the long-standing impacts of air pollution on the community all the way up I-5. It's disappointing, to say the least.
Well, I don't think that they would interpret my comments at the last meeting as just like being worried. We're hold them accountable. And I think that's, one of the questions that we have had or discussed of like our participation when others, the city, Albina Vision Trust, have left the process. But if we're as part of the process, we can continue to raise issues which we think are valid. And I think we can hold ODOT's feet to the fire on air quality and the impact that they're having on the students in that area. So we'll just keep at it.
Yeah, and just, the other thing that I'm watching is when we were meeting over a year ago, informally, pretty much every local government stood with PPS saying you need to address things. Some, now that the process has moved to the next stage, some of those local governments have been consistent and some are not. And I'll just leave it at that for now. but that again is has had one or two disappointments.
Thank you, Director Brim-Edwards and Director Bailey, for that update.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So it's thank you both for doing that. And I understand the sort of the logic and principle of staying at the table. But my question is, how can we hold them accountable? How can we advocate for changes for that will respond to our needs and the needs of the larger community? And if we can't actually, advocate effectively for the kinds of changes that a lot of us are saying are desperately needed in the plan, at what point does our presence at the table become tacit compliance or complicity? And how will we know?
That's a great question. And I would say they definitely don't think that we're like all on board with their plan. And there's a couple things we can do. I mean, so, we made them all vote on the issue. ODOT immediately came back with, we're going to try and develop a standard. So we're going to hold them to that, and a standard that not is a arbitrary immaterial improvement, but one that is based on health standards that we all that are public, and that health care and medical professionals agree on. The other thing that we talked about with Courtney Wessling, who has been the staff liaison and worked with on the staff working group, is also communicating with the legislature about the project, because when the project was approved and funded, I don't think that Harriet Tubman's the impact on the Harriet Tubman was even part of the discussion. And given that legislative leadership is all in the Portland area, we think it's in that we have two new state representatives who are healthcare professionals that just got elected to the legislature, that will definitely want to have a conversation, because this is something that's funded by the legislature, not just that ODOT can ram through a community.
And I would say, Director Moore, I had the same question, and Director Brim-Edwards brought it up actually in our discussions. And I would say at this point, I really appreciate what Julia did, bringing up the language and just having it out there, voted down in direct contradiction to the values was. I'm glad that she was there at the table representing us. There may be a point sooner rather than later when we want to opt out. But so far, I think staying in has been valuable.
I just want to highlight that this again goes to the importance of our team, that we all have the 7 board directors all have different skills and abilities and show up in different ways. And that it's when we work together, as Director Brim-Edwards and Director Bailey just demonstrated, that we get somewhere. Director DePass, I saw that you were unmuted. Did you have a question or comment you wanted to make?
I did not. I was accidentally unmuted for a change. It usually goes the other way around.
I'm trying to read people's body language and Zoom signs to try to help facilitate the meeting. So I'm sorry about that. All right, so we will move on to our next committee report. And I believe that that was going to be from Director Bailey around the Southeast Guiding Coalition. And I know Director Moore may have some thoughts on that as well.
So again, to recap, we have a committee of parents and community members and school principals and district staff working in Southeast Portland, and we heard some public testimony on this earlier, to do a couple of things. One is to continue the transition from K-8s to K-5s in middle schools. A second is to minimize co-located programs that particularly that result in single strand English speaking cohorts going through a K-5. Another piece is to set up a continuum of services for students receiving special education so they can stay with their broader cohort all the way up from K through 12. Fourth is to overall balance enrollment and make the best use of our facilities going forward, all to really address longstanding inequities that have been going on for well over a decade. The committee has been incredibly active, and is the district staff and their consultants started with a proposal to, not as the proposal, but as something they called it the springboard, to get conversation going. The different small groups involved in the process have generated numerous, and I'll send you I just got the summary today, numerous different variations on a theme, pages and pages. So we've got a very engaged groups. It's incredibly challenging work because balancing all those different dimensions and a lot of data trying to get at some solutions is really daunting. I really want to thank all the committee members for hanging in there. Another meeting of the group will be Thursday night. Let's see, that's the 12th. And then on the 19th, there will be an open house where the broader community can come in, look at the scenarios, weigh in. The goal is to get it down to hopefully 2 or 3 scenarios. Again, not as the final, but as best thinking so far, and get feedback from the public. Because often somebody comes in with, if you do that, and it's like, yeah, awesome. Why didn't we see that before? It's happened throughout this process, and can happen again with good public input. So that's coming up on the 19th, and then the committee will get back to work and send us the feeder patterns for proposed feeder patterns for Kellogg and presumably for a Harrison Park Middle School for us to decide in January, and then for later on this spring to send us a boundaries for the schools involved. So great, important process. This has been hanging around for a long time. I'm really glad we're addressing it now. And again, thanks to staff and to our participants, and hope to see a lot of the public engaged in that open house.
All right, thank you, Director Bailey. Andrew, do you have anything from the intergovernmental group?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Lowry. Just really quick update. We have a meeting coming up on December 3rd, the next Intergovernmental Committee meeting. And we're in the process right now as a committee of finalizing the legislative agenda. The hope is that on December 3rd, the committee will be able to recommend that to the full board, and it'll come back to the board in mid-December to finalize the legislative agenda in advance of the legislative session. We're also hoping at that December 3rd meeting to have a dialogue with some representatives from the Reimagine Oregon project to sort of talk about ways that we can be more anti-racist and focus our district and our policies and structures around improving the performance of our Black students and the service that we were able to provide to that community. So we're still tentatively working on that schedule, so it is not confirmed yet, but we'll definitely let all the board members know if we do get that confirmed, because it'd be great if folks could attend that December 3rd meeting. And then finally, just following up on our conversation, really brief conversation we had at a retreat last weekend. We are doing some research into the elections issue, and we're going to be, staff are talking a little bit about it and looking in terms of what our options are and what the process is, and we'll be coming back to the board with a plan, or at least some ideas that the board can discuss around that relatively soon as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Scott. Director Moore, did you have a report on the policy committee?
I can. So the policy committee is trying to work through a very, very long list of policies. So in our attempt to make our processes more efficient, we have extended the duration of meetings to 3 hours instead of 2. We're still meeting every 3 weeks. And we have come up with a partial calendar, looking ahead to how we can manage all of the demands for a lot of this policy work that's going to be pretty substantial this year, and how we can sequence it most efficiently. So those materials are available online for the October 26th meeting, if anybody wants to look at it. Our next meeting is November 16th, and at that meeting, we will be talking more about, we'll be continuing a discussion about the formal public complaint policy. We'll be looking at a new policy called All Students Belong, which will be responsive to new legislature, new statute from the legislature. Likewise, we're going to be talking about amendments to the Title IX policy, also responsive to legislation, and we may be talking, depending on how much time we have left, we may be talking about other topics as well. So I would encourage anybody who's interested to tune in on the 16th. It's running from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. If I can also say, this year I'm the liaison to the Community Budget Review Committee, and we are having our first meeting on Thursday, November 12th, which unfortunately conflicts with the Southeast Guiding Coalition meeting, so I will not be able to attend that this week. Anyway, that's it.
You haven't figured out how to be in 2 places at once yet, Rita?
No, I have not.
2 laptops.
Yeah.
Chair Lowry, I have a question for Director Bailey about the Southeast. Can I ask a process question?
Sure, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't allow for time after his report.
So Director Bailey, I was curious about, so we have these 2 phases. So the phase 1, and then that's happening this sort of fall, winter, and then a phase in the spring. And is it, I'll ask the question then sort of the context. When phase 1 is concluded, are we going to be voting on I assume we're voting on the boundaries of Kellogg, so that we can move ahead with the staffing and everything else. And my question is that there's obviously, if you look at the list of schools, there's a much longer list of schools that are engaged in the process and have representatives on the coalition, but not all. And like last meeting, I noticed there were a number of proposals and alternatives that were being focused on that included actions that would be probably considered phase 2, but that would impact schools that aren't even represented in phase 1. And so the question is, like, so if we vote on phase 1 and the boundaries, does that lock us in on solutions and decisions around schools that aren't actually even represented in phase 1? Does that make sense? My question?
Yes. So first I want to clarify, we won't be voting on boundaries, but more feeder patterns, because the actual boundaries for the feeder schools. So
thanks.
Will be coming out of that. And that's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. And if there's staff here who want to speak to that, please do. It's a credit to the committee to think outside the box, so to speak. As much as I hate that metaphor, in this case, the box was, we were trying to put some limits on where we were focusing around the feeder patterns. And in the spring would be a broader group of schools and include more school reps. But again, it's one of the challenges is trying to do this in a smaller region as opposed to district wide. And you run into those issues on the edges where, oh gosh, if we do this, it might address something over here. For example, I think there were some scenarios that looked at changing the feeder pattern into lane in order to boost enrollment there. And that's a set of schools that wasn't, or partly was not included in. I don't think Lane has a rep on the committee. So that's an example of something coming up from the community of people really looking at it and being creative in how they do it. And so I'm going to say I don't know right now.
I'm prepared to respond if that's helpful, Director Gregory. Okay, so the phase one is the focus is on Kellogg Middle School and Harrison Park Middle School and the feeder patterns for those two middle schools, and also the DLI programs that would be located at those two schools. Now, having said that, that is what we're looking at to accomplish in phase one. Having said that, when you try to have that conversation, just taking that segment out of the whole Southeast area, it's very difficult to do that on its own. We are the K-5 boundaries and the K-5 and other middle school balancing is also continuing in February after we get through the phase one decision in time for Kellogg to be staffed for next fall. Then we will continue the conversation with the K-5 elementaries and then the balancing of other middle schools. So we've shown the guiding coalition what needs to be accomplished in phase one, and it is hard for them to separate the two processes. So they tend to put the work together. However, the decision that we're being asked to bring forward for the board's review will be centered around Harrison Park and Kellogg, and really the other decisions, what might be things that are being considered that it might be tied to those two specifics, but we will continue to process those in the spring with all of the K-5s involved in the area. So there are some schools that are, because they are not close enough to be in Kellogg or Harrison Park, that are not involved in the process now, and then we'll add them back in the spring.
Yeah, and having been around Directors Moore and Bailey for a long enough time, knowing that this isn't a really targeted focus, you have to have a larger expansive view. I would just make sure that because I think some communities might be surprised that their schools are being talked about in a meeting and they don't have any representatives there, that we sort of over communicate so that there's not a case of, I thought you were just doing the feeder patterns for Kellogg, and yet there's a whole bunch of other changes that we weren't aware of. So I think that the benefit of over communicating early would be really important, so that when we get to the spring, we don't have some communities who are surprised maybe that decisions have already been made or are on a path to being made without their participation.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I think that's Claire's clarification of that was really good. That we're going to really focus on that narrow decision in January, and anything else will go to a broader group subsequent to that.
All right. Did anyone have any further questions for Director Bailey or questions for Director Moore around the policy committee report? All right. Director DePass and Director Constam, do you have anything to report from either the bond committee or the alternative, I can't remember what it's called, Charter and Alternative Programs Committee? There we go. Michelle?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. It's a real exercise for me as a firstborn to go last in terms of any kind of updates. It's good. It's good for patience and humility. So I have a brief update about the School Improvement Bond Committee and the Bond Accountability Committee. We had 3 topics on the agenda. One of them was we got an extensive update on the business equity overview of the program, and business equity refers to the minority women emerging small business program and the utilization. We got an update that we're below where we have aspirational goals of about 18%, and we're about 7 points below that in terms of utilization for a variety of reasons. The good news there is that there's really rich discussion about it's actually being addressed. There's rich discussion about how to increase those numbers, and we've got good people on board, good consultants on board. So I'm just looking over my notes here. During that discussion, there were good questions asked, and there were updates on actions that are being taken currently and that will be taken in the future. The second topic we talked about was a bond execution plan overview. There's nothing necessarily to report on that, except that that's in development. At the time we had our meeting, we weren't sure if the bond was going to pass. We know it passed now. And so staff will be developing that plan. Lastly, we had discussion about new bond accountability committee members. And I just want to share that we are currently recruiting, and we would love to see participation from diverse candidates that have a variety of experiences. If you don't think you qualify, just go ahead and apply anyway. We probably won't be, well, we'd just love to hear from the community. If you're interested in applying for that, if you're listening, there's a link on the website, the Bond Accountability Committee website, and encourage you to apply. We'll be vetting those applications at our next upcoming meeting. I don't have the date handy, but we're hoping to get a new Bond Accountability Committee chair and three new members for the new year.
I do have a report from Charter and Alternative Programs Committee, but I want to add one thing to Director DePass's report from our bond committee meeting, which is that in our discussion around a bond execution plan, we talked about oversight and how we're going to, from a management perspective, how staff is going to organize around the investments in curriculum and technology, which is new for the district, and from a governance standpoint, how the board is going to organize our oversight function for those areas, because it may or may not fall under the purview of the Bond Accountability Committee, which has been composed because of their expertise in construction and construction management. So that's something that I'm really interested in us focusing on, because it'll be really important to have a strong oversight function for those new exciting areas of investment.
And thank you, Director Constam, for adding that. That's a really important key piece I left out. The governance piece is true. Yes, we've been focused on kind of the legal and financial oversight, and I think that that discussion is really important, and we'll update you more as we move forward.
Great. Charter and Alternative Programs Board Committee has not met in this cycle, but we're having our first meeting this Friday morning at 8 a.m. If anyone wants to join us, we're going to look at what our schedule for charter review is this year and what schools are coming up. And we're also going to look at our student investment account investments and look at how our community-based alternative schools fared in that distribution process and how our students in those schools are benefiting from some of those strategic investments. And then also look at the ESSER, the pandemic relief monies that have come into our community, and see how we're investing those, particularly in our alternative programs. I think we all know where they landed in terms of our general budget. But this might be an area, Andrew, where there will be a lot of intersection with the intergovernmental committee, because probably some other entities in our community, like the county, for example, and MESD, also received some similar funds where there's, overlapping student groups. So we're going to have a little discussion about that and then see how we might better coordinate with other partners for our day and residential treatment students, and lots of different student groups that are served by multiple partners. And then we're also going to check in with Reconnection Services and just see, we may hear something tonight on our enrollment update about our high school students and whether they're sticking in school. But Reconnection Services, what kind of attendance supports do we have for our kids in virtual learning, and how does that look different in virtual learning? So that's what we're doing in there. And then quick update from the Council of Great City Schools. Really, our conversations lately have been focused on our districts that are back in some form or another of in-person instruction. Most districts have some students back in in-person learning, but it's small subsets, usually particular student populations. And then also just expecting when Congress does reconvene, there is full expectation that there'll be consideration of relief for public schools in the next pandemic relief package. So we'll just monitor that and keep advocating. And that's all I got.
All right, that's great. Thank you, Director Constam and Director DePass. Are there any other committee or conference reports that we need to share before we move on? Dr. Brim Edwards, you're unmuted. Does that mean you've got something? No, okay. Anybody else have any other conference or committee reports?
I have a compliment though. I mean, as long as I forgot to turn off my mute, will you take a compliment? I personally really like moving up the committee reports to know what other board members are doing in their committees and like the work of the board. So appreciate that it's not the last 10 minutes of the meeting when we all are wanting to finish up the call. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it's good for us to share with one another. So, and this was, I mean, I can't take any credit because this was the wisdom of the board that came up at the board retreat. So I just do what I'm told. Since we're giving compliments, I wanted
Julie, it was Julia's idea. So
well, see, good. Well,
all credit to her for pushing us in the right direction.
As long as we're complimenting Julia, I did want to also take some time to honor the work that our bond campaign committee did that Julia so adeptly chaired. And I see people clapping. Thank you so much for the work that you did there and the way that, you hired a great team. And we, I know a lot of the directors raised money, put up yard signs. I had, Parker deliver a ton of yard signs to me and people in the neighborhood took them, and all of the work that went into that, the coordination of going to PTAs. And I know it was a big team, but I know that you were the chair of that and just wanted to say thank you to that. And for the success of that campaign, that really is a huge legacy and a gift to PPS students. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to move on now to our next item, which we're all anxiously awaiting. It's the big conversation in the school district, which is around comprehensive distance learning and limited in-person instruction. So Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item?
It is the topic du jour. Certainly it was the focus of yet another statewide superintendent's meeting today. Yes, Chair. I think I mentioned earlier, last week, Governor Brown announced that the state of Oregon's relaxing criteria and certain thresholds to reopen to in-person instruction, starting with hybrid models that combine distance learning and on-campus learning. But as you can imagine, many families are in fact wondering how this affects Portland Public Schools and how these guidelines impact our ability to implement a hybrid learning model or potentially full in-person instruction for students in second semester, which has been a really rough timeline for us. And I think the message that we shared with our community. And for us, that semester break would begin February 2nd. So per the norm, we have our Chief Assistant Performance, Dr. Russ Brown, accompanied by our Chief of Student Supports, Brenda Martinek, who are going to provide you with another regular update, understanding that I also mentioned earlier, we're intending to put together a much more in-depth program, partly inspired by many directors who have written a number of questions that I think are important to answer for our public. So I know that that's also something we're looking forward to providing soon. But for the moment, Dr. Brown, Ms. Martinek.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to join you again this evening. Board Director, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the board and the community. Looking forward to giving this update, just waiting for the PowerPoint to be pulled up. Again, pleased to be joined by Ms. Martinek. As we've done in the past, we've divided this PowerPoint into two sections so that there's an opportunity for board members to ask questions at the midpoint and then again at the end. Next slide, please. So today's discussion, the first half of it is going to focus on the changes in the health metrics and what they mean for us, what they would have looked like for the fall, and how that might have impacted what we could have done in the fall, and also a comparison to the CDC guidelines. And again, there'll be a break for a Q&A after that. Then Brenda will pick up and spend some time talking about, again, some changes in the guidance around limited in-person activities, things that we have implemented in terms of outdoor activities and the work that we're doing moving forward with limited in-person instruction and planning for a hopeful downward trend in the metrics that would allow us to bring students back in pre-K3. Next slide, please. Again, throughout this entire process, the guiding principles have remained unchanged, that as we work through these, as we think about this, we always center racial equity and social justice in our planning. We actually have a protocol that we use as we go through each of these processes as we think about them. The next piece on the list, obviously, is ensuring the health and wellness of our staff and students, and really the metrics speak to that and provide a framework and guidance for that. And then we focus on, again, cultivating relationships and connections. Much of the work in the state, too, has leaned into this, the importance of building and maintaining relationships with our students and strengthening those over time. And then finally, we're all learners in this window. We see it all the time, and we have an opportunity here to strengthen and innovate our instructional practices as we move forward. Next slide, please. So on October 30th, there were new metrics that were put in place. Probably one of the biggest shifts here is moving to a 2-week look back instead of looking at 3 individual weeks retrospectively. And we'll go into a little bit more about that, but that has a smoothing effect on things because there's always 1 week that's stable in that. You're always adding 1 week, but you're always having 1 week that's stable as you move forward. The model also has incremental increases in place for in-person instruction beginning at the elementary level, which very much aligns with what we wanted to do. What many folks are interested in doing, again, is having a more robust experience for our early learners. And again, it affords some exceptions for limited in-person instruction that we can continue to use as we move forward. Next slide, please. So prior to October 30th, when we were looking at the metrics, we looked at 1 week at a time, and we'd have to hold the threshold for the metrics for 3 weeks. So it was 3 individual weeks in a row. And again, you had to hold that over a 3-week time. And it made systems vulnerable to rapid changes because a 1-week change in the data could have a fairly dramatic impact upon where you were going to land. Now we've moved to a 2-week window, and the data is aggregated for 2 weeks rather than just a single week. And again, that means that there's always 1 week of data that's held constant as you move forward. And it does smooth or stabilize the data and decreases the likelihood that we would make an abrupt decision to move in one direction or another. That, coupled with the thresholds, next slide, provides, again, an opportunity to look at moving forward. So at this point, on a 2-week case rate per 100,000 people, if we had under 50 cases, we could be on site. Between 50 and 99 cases, we could do on-site and distance learning, again, primarily focused, starting with pre-K to 3 and then edging its way up through elementary school with CDL and limited in-person in middle school. Then there's this big transitionary band that goes from 100 cases every 2 weeks to just under 200 cases every 2 weeks. And during that window, as cases climb, then we should be planning towards moving towards CDL only, comprehensive distance learning, or if cases are decreasing from above 200, then we would be looking to plan to go on site in early childhood. Above 200 cases, you can see then it is comprehensive distance learning, and again, implementation of limited in-person. Test positivity rates, again, are broken up below 5% would be on-site, 5 to 8% on-site and distance, again, focused for pre-K3, and then moving up through elementary school. 8 to just below 10% would be that transition range, and above 10% would be comprehensive distance learning. Next slide, please. This compares, it is actually very comparable to the Center for Disease Control's guidelines, and it's not too different really in terms of thresholds that were held before. And the current thresholds for, again, the in-person and CDL for starting at pre-K3 and then looking at middle school for CDL, falls between the low and moderate risk range. Next slide. And then when we look at, again, testing rates and the percentage of positive tests, they fall within the lower risk threshold as well. This actually, although the numbers look very different, when they're applied to a 2-week window of time, they're not that disparate from what we had before for CDL. So what did that look like when we were in the fall? If we could, the next slide, please. So this slide shows the county case test rates, positivity rates for the prior 2 weeks, and it starts in July and extends through the middle part of October. And the blue line represents the case rates from Multnomah County. The yellow line reflects the break point between on-site and then the on-site and CDL that would be used for, again, our pre-K through 3 in middle schools. And then the orange line is the break point between that on-site and the transition window. And that large space between the orange line and the red line reflects that transitionary space. And above the red line is CDL only with limited in-person. So you can see that when we first started having this data in July, we were in that transition zone and we were starting to transition downward. And you would have expected then at some point in the fall, we would have had the opportunity to be looking at having early childhood hybrid in our schools in the fall. Unfortunately, as we entered into October, case rates began to climb, and you can see at the point of this PowerPoint when it was put together, we were sitting at 138.1 cases across 2 weeks. Unfortunately, at the next cycle, that went up to 166.5, and today it's sitting at 245. So we're well above the red line, which would obligate for CDL and CDL only. Next slide, please. This looks at case positivity rates. And again, similar breakdown. The yellow line is the break between hybrid, on-site and then the hybrid. And the orange line then is the break point between the hybrid and then going in transition. And the red line again is CDL only. And again, you can see that we started in the summer above that yellow line. We would have been, again, looking at being hopeful to have pre-K3 in place. But as we've come through the fall, the numbers have begun to go back up. And in fact, when this was put together, we were sitting at 6.7% positivity rate. That went up to 8.2 and it's sitting at 10.6. So again, both for case rates and testing, we're well above the threshold right now for CDL and with only limited in person. Next slide, please. So again, putting all this together, what would it have looked like? So as we're planning for fall over the summer, we would have been planning to enter into pre-K3 and would have had the opportunity, if that was going well and we weren't seeing an uptick in positivity, to gradually expand upward through the elementary grades. As we progress through the fall, next slide, please. You see that opposite thing that was happening with the transition, where during the early part of October, we saw those numbers going back up above the transition threshold. And at this point, we know that we're now in the comprehensive distance learning threshold. We're above that threshold at this point in time. But again, you can see that this would have eased the window. We would not have abruptly gone from an in-person activity directly into comprehensive distance learning. We would have had a window of time to begin to communicate that and engage our community as we made that transition. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to afford the board members the opportunity to ask any questions they might have about the metrics.
So I'm going to actually ask us to take a moment here, Dr. Brown, and take a stretch break. Sorry, my cell phone is telling me I have a text. Take a 5-minute stretch break so we can maybe soak in some of this information and then return ready with our questions. Does that sound good?
That works for me. Thank you.
Okay, so let's come back at 7:41. Everybody, thank you.
I'm not sure you want me to try that.
I have to say that when my husband proposed, he said, "I want you to be my wife," and I said yes, and then I felt dumb that I had said yes and hadn't, didn't really listen to what he said. I was just caught up, and then I said, "Well, you didn't really ask me a question," and he responded, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was proposing to Alex Trebek." So that's the beautiful story of our touching engagement moment. So I will give you a pass because I know how hard that can be. So board colleagues, what questions do you have tonight for Dr. Brown?
Hi, Russ, it's Amy. My question would be, how are the metrics different for just specific student populations, or how might we work within the metrics for specific student populations other than just our young students, like, for example, our homeless students?
So the metrics are for the overall population of students. And again, the way they're structured and the guidance is structured really does favor early childhood as an entry point. For other student populations of interest, I think really the area there that we would lean into is limited in person. and really trying to take advantage of limited in-person opportunities as a way to provide support opportunities for students who would elect to participate into that.
Great. Does everybody have questions? Do we want to do this in like some semblance of order, or do we want to just go popcorn? Semblance of order, it looks like. Okay.
Birth order is what Michelle is asking for.
Birth order. Oh, I don't have everybody's birthday. I do know that Amy is first alphabetically by first name, so we could go in alphabetical order by first name, which I think would make Andrew next, if that works.
And I would say you could also learn and have another comment column for birth order.
I can put birth order in there. I think there's a lot of us are firstborns though, so then it's like who's the firstborn gets.
Well, that makes perfect sense for who's.
I'm going to get out of the way when you guys are arguing about the firstborns and who gets to go first.
All right, so let's see.
Child.
And although I'm a metric guy, I'm not stepping in that.
It's probably wise. So let's do this. Let's go alpha by first name through one time. And then if people have further questions, we can go popcorn after that. All right, Andrew, do you have a question for Dr. Brown?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Dr. Brown, for the presentation. How do the revised metrics in Oregon now compare to other states? And that's a lot of states, so maybe just limit it to the West Coast. I know there was some conversation before the revision that Oregon was significantly stricter than California and Washington. How do these new metrics compare?
To be honest, I spent time comparing this to the CDC. The thresholds in California are frankly much less transparent than I had thought they would be. And to be honest, I can't speak to the comparability at this point.
It would be, thanks. No, I didn't mean to put you on the spot with a question. I know some news articles talked about the significant difference, but I always like to get it from an actual academic source. So maybe for a future meeting, if we could bring that, because I think it is useful. I know early on in the pandemic, Washington, Oregon, and California said they would band together. The governor said they would band together, and I think they really quickly abandoned that for a lot of the public health metrics. But I do think there's value in at least knowing how we compare, whether we're more strict or less strict. And then also, I guess I'd be interested in also knowing, because I know some California schools are hybrid, and and I know some Washington schools are hybrid as well. And it would be interesting to know more about data coming out of those districts that are doing some limited in-person learning. And there may even be districts in California and Washington doing full in-person. I'm not sure about that. And sort of knowing if that's having an impact in terms of overall COVID cases in the community. Thanks.
I'm next, Ailey. Dr. Brown, you may not be able to speak to this, but I'm wondering how, I know that OHA regularly publishes data around the outbreaks that are happening and how many students and teachers in schools that are doing some limited in-person are getting sick. And I'm just wondering if and how those numbers are shaping sort of this understanding of the metrics here in Oregon.
So the OHA numbers that we typically focus on really are around the thresholds and the dashboards associated with that. I have not seen a publication that evidences the case rates across systems in the state. If you've come across something like that, please forward it my way. I would love to see. I know that there are a number of I guess I would say consortia across the United States that are trying to begin to look at that because there's so much diversity across the United States in terms of how people are approaching this.
I will forward the OHA report from last week to you, and it's fascinating. You can sit there. It's got every single workplace outbreak that was 3 or more, and all sorts of information in it that makes you start to question your life choices. Like, when was the last time I went to McDonald's? So it's very interesting information from OHA. Okay, Julia, you're next.
Thank you. So I don't know if we can go back to slide 11 and 12. I just want to make sure that I understand what that was saying. And then I have some questions about it. So as we transition from slide 11, where you have starting with August 16th in the in-person and distance, and then if you go to the next slide, where you have, you know, all the way through October 4th. So am I reading it correctly that we could have been doing, and I'm not advocating, I'm just wanting to make sure I understand it. Under the new metrics, we could have had in-person and distance, like this hybrid model, through from 8/16 to October 4th. Am I reading that correctly?
So what I would say is that based on the thresholds that ODE has put forward this time, we would have been able to have in-person instruction, hybrid instruction for pre-K through 3. We would have been within the parameters to be able to do that in the fall, starting around 8/16, and then we would have been able to continue that all the way until, frankly, this week. And when this week, when we crossed that threshold for 200 cases, and when with the test positivity rate exceeded 10%, then we would have been obligated to go back into CDL. But we would have had that window of time of October to know that we needed to start thinking about that transition back to CDL. It would not have been an abrupt 1-week change. It's something that we would have had the opportunity to adjust to. And the public would have had the opportunity to know that we were moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that we should have been. I'm just trying to understand that that's what this actually means. So just as a further follow-up, and I think this is going to tie into some questions I have about the enrollment report. I have friends who have kids who are in private schools who 4 to 5 days a week, they're in 2 hours a day. And they are in that because I'm just trying to make sense of how that works for them versus for PPS students. That's because we were in the yellow zone and they chose to have the 2 hours of in-person instruction.
So I'm going to make an assumption here, okay? I'm going to assume that they were doing 2 hours of instruction within the comprehensive distance learning model, but as a limited in-person activity. And that's something that we have a team, and actually Brenda's going to spend some time talking about planning for limited in-person activities for students. That's something that, you know, ODE had provided guidance as an opportunity to be able to think about that as a way to bring students on campus.
Right. So they, in theory, they would be operating in this yellow zone, and when we get to October 11th and start transitioning, whether you're public or private, then you're going to have an impact on that sort of 2 hours in-person instructional time. Am I reading that right? I mean, so the rules aren't different for public or private. It's just they're choosing to operate in a different way within the same set of parameters.
Correct.
Okay.
I would like to add within CDL that it sounds like the private schools are in and they're choosing to do the limited in-person instruction. Once we go back to that red zone of CDL only, you can still open up limited in-person instruction. So it's not necessarily the case for private schools to now stop providing that. What they do have to do is discuss that with their local public health authority to look at the local community that the school is in and make some decisions based on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, after Julia comes Michelle.
Yeah, I think Amy actually asked my question, and that was about special populations and how we're handling, I mean, knowing that we know that, you know, people from communities of color and marginalized communities are kind of being more impacted by the COVID pandemic. Wondering how this in-person and distance learning will impact those communities. And yeah, and that's it for now. I mean, I think you mostly answered it already.
Yeah, again, these thresholds really apply to all students, and again, favors early childhood and bringing students back into early childhood. The opportunity to really think about how we could extend and afford other opportunities for students for whom we might be concerned about differential learning loss. It really falls, I think, within limited in-person instruction. And one of the challenges that we have, Director DePaz, is that we've really got two sort of competing ideas there. On one hand, those are the very families for whom we know the outcomes in COVID have been much worse. And so, on one hand, we want to really be attentive to health and safety, and on the other hand, we are very interested in trying to expand the opportunities for all student groups who we expect that there may be some differential learning loss. Those two things are sort of working in opposite directions there, and that's one of the quandaries here as we move forward.
Right, and then also, do we have a good sense of the teacher population and kind of where they're at in terms of being able to deliver that in-person distance hybrid model?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I guess I don't understand if I were teaching, how are teachers doing both in-person and distance? Are they doing that, or is distance one set of teachers and in-person another?
So the way this is laid out, it would allow us to do hybrid instruction pre-K3, okay, as a starting point. If we get into that yellow zone, we could be doing that. The comprehensive distance learning really is secondary. So it's the middle and the high schools. And that, I think a lot of us understand that departmentalization makes it very hard to maintain the cohorts necessary to have safe health conditions in a building. And so again, this really affords us the opportunity to start with early childhood and then gradually expand upward as long as we're able to maintain the health metrics where they need to be. So yes, it's two different groups.
Yeah, it's two different groups and two different transmission rates. I think maybe it would help me to understand what a typical week looks like for a teacher that's for a third grade teacher that's doing a mixed model in person distance.
The hybrid model, and that's actually something that we have a team that's working on planning that activity right now. So.
Thank you.
You're
welcome. All right. And we'll have chances to ask more questions after we go through the initial round of everybody getting a question in. Nathaniel, did you have a question for Dr. Brown?
I've got a question about distance learning more broadly. Is it okay if I ask it now?
Sure.
Great. So I was wondering, now that the first quarter has concluded, if we know the pass-fail rates for high schoolers and how those compare to last spring, and also, if we know what the average letter grade was and how that compares to the first semester last year.
I think that's a fascinating question. And it's one that I've actually asked my team to begin to look at, but no, I don't have the answer for that right now. So.
I guess as a follow-up, when do you expect to have that information?
Again, I've had my team beginning to look at this. I don't think that would take a terribly long time to do. To say the least, we've got a lot of things going on right now, and I am interested in beginning to be able to quantify what we're seeing in terms of changes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Rita.
Okay, I have a number of questions. I've been asked in this round to limit myself to one, so probably going to do a compound question. How's that? So my understanding is that there are differences among age groups, age cohorts, in terms of their ability to transmit and the potential the risk of severe a severe bout with the disease. So do we have, I mean, I get the concept here. And I get that the focus is primarily on the youngest kids, which I think makes sense. But do we have sort of thresholds within the thresholds to distinguish among different age cohorts when it would be safe to bring back high schoolers versus, middle schoolers versus elementary versus, fifth graders versus second graders? Does the state provide any guidance on that? Have we thought about that at all?
So the way this is structured right now, it does start with early childhood. And then the expectation would be that, again, as folks demonstrate the ability to have children on site and do that without an increase in transmission rates, then one can begin to progressively move upward through the elementary grades. That yellow zone, that in-person and distance, really does focus primarily on the expansion of elementary school. It does afford the opportunity, though, if things are going swimmingly well, to start looking at middle school and high school as well. But really, the threshold for in-person/hybrid for that is having the case rates below 50. And right now, we are quite a ways away from that. And as a matter of fact, we were nowhere near that all fall. So.
Right, but okay, I'm not going to let you off the hook. You're allowed to say no. Do we have thresholds for at what point do you expand the cohorts that can be in person? Because there are different. Okay, I'm not a doctor. I'm not an epidemiologist, but I live on Twitter, so
dangerous place to live right now.
It is, but it's fascinating. I mean, it seems to me that there are different considerations at different age groups. So who's coming up with guidelines for how to know when it's safe to expand to age cohorts beyond elementary?
So the guidance that's stated right now doesn't have that level of differentiation in it. So again, that yellow band really focuses on elementary, and it's not until you get down in that green band that you start thinking about hybrid or in-person activities for middle and high school. I have not seen the level of granularity that you're talking about in any of the guidance really from anywhere that would suggest, grade 5 at this threshold, grade 6 at this threshold, grade 7 at this threshold. This appears to break down primarily at the point of when most schools departmentalize, and then you have mixing of cohorts just based on scheduling. In elementary schools, you tend not to have that sort of mixing because most elementaries are not departmentalized. Once you get into a departmentalized setting, maintaining the cohorts and trying to avoid the intermixing of cohorts becomes very challenging based on scheduling.
Okay, I'll stop there. I could go on, but I'll stop there.
You'll stop there for now. We're going to go around then. So
I have other questions.
All right, Scott, do you have a question for Dr. Brown?
Yeah, I've got 15, so I'll start with one is I want to and probably not for you to answer, Dr. Brown, but just to bring back into view, Director DePass, one of her questions was, where is our teaching staff in all of this? I don't want to use that as my question now. I would like a little more specificity on, and maybe there is none, but say a miracle happened and we were able to start with, say, pre-K and kindergarten in a hybrid model. And then you said, if that goes okay, we can expand further. How exactly is goes okay defined, or is that part of that you're not sure it's defined well piece? Because what I'm thinking is, if we're assuming there's a low either transmission or identification rate among youngsters, then the canary in the coal mine here is staff. And so just, is that the metric that we'd use to say things are going reasonably well, or how's that work?
So if we were to get back into that yellow zone again, we could look at hybrid for PK3. And then if that continues to go well, if there's low transmission rate, then in conjunction with the health department, we could talk about expansion upward through 4th grade, 5th grade, et cetera. All of these decisions are supposed to be made in conjunction with the health department. And that, so we submit a blueprint to the health department talking about what activities we're going to do, and they actually have to approve that. And the health department obviously is collecting information not only on our students, but also staff and members of the community as well.
So that's kind of a judgment call / negotiated path going forward.
Yes.
There isn't, you need to be clean or this clean for X number of weeks.
I have not seen a clear articulation of a cut point for that.
And just when it comes to middle graders, back in the day, the middle grade model was half the day in a homeroom for language arts, social studies, and the other half of the day were the single class, more focused specials. I'm guessing, again, while not ideal for doing something in the middle of the year, there at least be some capability on our teaching staff, again, those willing to come back into a hybrid model, that we could build something along those lines of, when you're in person, here's what you get, so that there's really no mixing in that sense of going from one class to another for half a day. Just want to throw that out there for, those of us with old people with long memories.
All right, thank you, Scott. Are there other questions for Dr. Brown?
Yeah, I have, just really quickly, are there any Oregon districts doing testing, like some sort of random testing of their students or district or teachers? I know that is happening in New York City and other places, and that's obviously something that the district wouldn't be able to do on our own. It would take state and federal support and a plan, but is that something that's being discussed either as part of our potential reopening, or that's happening elsewhere in Oregon?
That is something I can't speak to. I'm not familiar with all the districts in Oregon and whether or not that's happening.
I haven't heard of it happening in Oregon, so it would be. It does feel like kind of getting back to the question that I think Scott was just asking. How do we know? Again, some of these districts are doing testing of thousands of people a week to get a sense of whether there are hotspots, and of course this is the countries that have been successful in containing COVID-19 globally are doing a lot more of that testing and tracing. And so I just wonder if that's again, I want to put a little bit more of the pressure on the governor and the state around this, because that's not something an individual district I think would have the capacity or resources to do, but it feels like that is something that would be useful and also would increase, I think, the some of the confidence that parents might have, right, in terms of sending kids back, that we are doing some routine things to look for hotspots. And then to the extent we see them, I know some of those school districts are shutting down particular schools, right? If they're all of a sudden have 5 cases, they'll shut the school down for a few days while they get it under control. So I'd be interested in hearing more from the state around that issue.
And Andrew, this was one of my questions that I sent in advance. And Brendan, maybe you might be able to speak to this a little bit when you do your part about our conversations with other partners, both as a district or as a coalition with other districts and other healthcare providers on not just going it alone in terms of increased testing capacity and having a more concerted strategy, because I know those conversations are happening, and maybe hopefully Brenda, you can shed a little light on that.
Clearly the thing to do is to transform our schools into football teams, so there could be daily testing. Just a little remark on our values in our country.
Director Moore, did you have another question?
Yeah, sort of a follow-up on the testing and tracing. So apart from any capacity at a district level to do testing and tracing, where are we as a state and a county in terms of our ability to really track our status in terms of both infection, case rates and infection rates, because all of this is pitched to the assumption that we actually know what the status of different communities is. Do we?
So I think you all have leaned into a direction that we would certainly look forward to having our health advisory panel address that, because I too am not an MD. Clearly, we could be much more proactive with an increased testing rate. I think we're all aware that we do not have the testing rate that we'd like to have, and that would allow us to be much more proactive in terms of actions to provide for the safety of our students and faculty moving forward. So increased testing would be a good thing.
All right, I just realized that sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that, and as Director Lowry had pointed out before, wash your hands, wear a mask, maintain physical distance from other people.
We still have another half of this presentation. We were supposed to take 45 minutes for this part of our time together. But obviously we still have half of a presentation and more questions to ask. So I just want to honor our Fund for PPS people who are here waiting to present and talk to us. My question to the board is, do you all want to take a pause and go to the Fund for PPS and then come back to this work? Or do you guys want to keep going on the next half of this presentation for sort of having a through line? What's the will of the board? To pause and do the fund, or to continue with the second half of this presentation?
I would rather continue.
Okay. Who else would like to continue? Just thumbs up if you want to continue. Thumb sideway if you want to move to the fund for PPS. Jonathan. Jonathan, Michelle vote sideways. I think Rita and Scott voted up. Andrew, what do you think?
Do we have some outside guests here?
We have Victoria Lara, who's the president of the fund that's waiting to present.
I'd be okay moving on and coming back to this. I think this is a really important topic, but I agree with you in terms of honoring people who are here.
Me too, and we also put off our friends with the fund for PPS once before, so I think it would be the courteous thing.
Well, Lowry, or Victoria Lara is not yet here. I'm texting with her, letting her know that she's in and out, when to expect her. So feel free to move on with the presentation, and
she'll be available when we're ready.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. My staff will probably hate me, but yes.
I just wanted to honor her time. Okay, for my brain, it's better to keep going in the same subject before switching. So if that's cool, we'll do that, and then we can reach out to Ms. Lara once it's time. All right, Brenda, I think we'll move on to you, and then we can ask another round of questions. And if people have more, we'll have space to answer those.
Great. So if Roseanne can present again, that would be great. Thank you, Chair Lowry, directors, superintendent, and our community members that are with us tonight. I appreciate you continuing to finish this part of the presentation. So I am planning to go into the limited in-person instruction and activities. Based on what Russ had shared, I will discuss in more detail about the changes in regards to what this means for limited in-person instruction planning. As you can see on the slide, some of the metrics have changed in addition to some of the LIPI guidelines. And so our cohort sizes went from 10 to 20. We still remain in that 2-hour consecutive time frame. There is no more 250 person per week limit for our classrooms or for our school buildings. And as Russ has mentioned, we really do have this nice window of a transition phase so that we can actually ramp up planning to go forward into hybrid, in person, or back into CDL and limited in-person instruction. The last thing I want to share is they did add some additional guidelines for COVID tracking, in addition to a couple more symptoms that we look for, and those are sense of smell and sense of taste. So we have added those now to our self-check screening tool. Next slide. So we have 3 official work groups. It's our early learners, our transition grades, which is 6th and 9th grade, and then our students who are having issues with credits and need credits to graduate, and that's our 11th and 12th graders. And so what we have done, oh wait, I think you skipped a slide. There we are. So what I want to first talk about is our current limited in-person instruction activities. And what we've done is we have followed, continued to follow the ODE guideline. And so I wanted to give you a little bit of an update of some of the LIPI activities that we're doing currently. We still have our special ed assessments, and to date, in the past 4 weeks, we have 73 assessments that we have started. For childcare, we are running 10 sites with 110 students who are regularly attending. Our Roosevelt Tech Center, the support center, is offered 1 day a week. It's been going for 3 weeks, and so far we've had 28 students. And so that's really exciting that we are able to provide some of these really needed services and opportunities for students. Next slide. So now I'll get into our work groups. We do have the 3 work groups that I talked about. And within these 3 work groups, we are reviewing the new metrics. We are really focused on social emotional learning and engagement opportunities around students with attendance or chronic absenteeism that are having ongoing or continued issues with engaging in classroom activities or homework assignments. And then, of course, the students who are in need of credits for graduation. So we are looking at all of our recommendations in each of these 3 work groups. We're taking through our RESJ lens, and it's really helping to provide us with some really good information in regards to equity around limited in-person instruction. So next things that we need to do are making sure that we're engaging with our labor partners, our families, and our students, that we are sending out parent surveys in regards to level of interest for the limited in-person instruction activities, and that we continue to prioritize the health and wellness of our students and our staff. And so we continue to plan around that with our safety plans, our training, and submission of our ODE blueprints. So as we continue to participate in these weekly meetings, we will flesh out a couple more recommendations. A couple of examples are with our early learners. We are now looking at Head Start and pre-K to open up in a limited in-person capacity. Our early learners, so our pre-K and our Head Start follow the ELD, the early learners division guidelines, and they are separate from ODE. So we are working with a separate subgroup of that early learners group. The early learners group has really focused on how we can plan for hybrid K-3 with the new metrics that came out on October 30th. We really saw that we can transition. Of course, at that date, we were still in that orange area where we could really start to look at how we could potentially go back to hybrid. Regardless of the numbers that are going up, we still have a short time frame in order for us to be able to plan and be ready should our numbers go back down. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next couple of slides. Our 6th and 9th grade were really focused on those math and literacy gaps and around that connection. And then students, in high school, we're looking at tutoring centers for academic support, the tech support, and then that connection and some mental health, counseling, social worker options for our students. So those are really the groups that we are continuing to focus on. Next slide. So one thing I did want to talk a little bit about is the difference. I talked a little bit about the difference between ELD and the ODE guidelines. And the ODE guidelines are also different from the OSAA guidelines. And so what we have been also able to do under OSAA is to provide some high school fitness training. And that was our phase 1, was to really focus on fitness training. And as you can see in the slide, we have a number of fitness training options by teams that we're offering in all of our traditional high schools. I'm really excited to say that we are providing fitness training for 3,870 students. That was as of Friday. And so it's very exciting. To date, and I'm going to knock on wood, we have not had any students that have tested positive for COVID at this point in time, or have shown that they have had an increased risk. We have had we have had one staff, and we used our procedures. We did the contact tracing, worked with our health department, and so our processes are working, our policies are working, and students are wearing masks, staff are wearing masks, and we are continuing to provide all of the PPE and socially distance for all of the students. And so as you can see in the pictures, those are just 2 pictures at one of our high schools. And it really shows the physical training that's going on. And it also shows how serious we are taking the physical distancing and the mask wearing. So I just thought that those would be fun pictures to share with you. Additionally, we have ensured that we are Title IX compliant for our athletics, and that health and wellness continues to be our top priority. So the next phase of OSAA activities is under our music department for choir, band, solo music, and orchestra. And so I am happy to ask Kristen Brayson to join me for the conversation in regards to the extracurricular music. So Kristen?
Thank you, Brenda. Apparently it's my second act tonight. Thanks for letting me present this information, Chair Lowry, members of the board, Superintendent Guerrero. I know this has been exciting information that we've all been waiting on, and I'm really happy to report that we have a plan to move forward to engage our students in this important work. Before I start, and my section is going to be short, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Laura Arthur. She is our music TOSA. She supports all music education in our district. And she did a massive amount, she put a massive amount of care and attention and into detail on this project. I also want to give large applause again to our VAP educators and how incredibly hard it has been to stand up arts education during comprehensive distance learning. So one of the questions is, why music and not other performing arts right now? And one of the reasons that fits in this model that we're doing right now is high school music competes in league and state OSAA activities, so therefore falls under our OSAA PIL umbrella. We'll get to what we might do with our other performing arts disciplines at the end of my engagement with you. One of the big banners to start with is there's been a lot of misinformation from the nascent stages of COVID to now. You heard in the beginning of super spreader events with choirs and things like that. And public perception has really sort of gone haywire since then. And as Chair Scott alluded to, we really wanted to dig into the academic sources. Fortunately, the National Association for Music Educators and the National Federation of High Schools and over 125 national arts organizations hit the ground running in a massive study. There's been 3 rounds to the study coming out of the University of Colorado in their aerosol laboratory, in addition to the University of Maryland. The first round started in July with initial results. Round 3 will be published in December, and it will include publishing and peer review. This is all centered around respiratory droplets and whether or not any results from that cause alarm if everyone is participating following the 5 areas of guidance that they've outlined. So just really quickly, you won't be surprised that there's not a lot here that steps outside of what we've all come accustomed to, with some little adjustments. So masks per CDC rec have to be, that's mandatory. Distance of 6 by 6 between players. And funny enough, 9 by 6 for trombone. Straight rows instead of the traditional arc that you often see in band and choir settings. The time allotment needs to be 30-minute sessions with a 5-minute transition so that aerosol can disperse between those times. Now, it's worth noting we're talking about outdoors again, just like athletics. This is all framed in outdoors. Airflow is the 4th component of this. And again, we are going to be outdoors, and that is actually what the study recommends as optimal. When and if we do move inside, there's specific items like bell covers for the end of a horn that are recommended as an example. And then hygiene, same as everything else per the CDC. And then if we're outdoors, we don't have to deal with, that there's droppings that come out of the horn that are perspiration. And so we don't have to deal with that in outdoor setting. When we get indoors, that does get a little bit more tricky. So what does this mean for us? We have 8 sites that have music education that deliver band, choir, orchestra, and solo music opportunities. We'll follow the same thing, 2 cohorts only for students. We are keeping the sizes very conservative with only 10 players per session. Music educators will see no more than 5 cohorts within a week. And we will be calling these extracurricular music opportunities. So for what's next, what you can expect to see from here, we met with music program directors last week, along with site athletic directors. We took time to review the safety plan and chart out what zones and schedules each site would adhere to. Communications will go out to families over the next week. High school music directors will start meeting with students in the next couple of weeks. And then following music, we are planning stages right now on how we'll roll out curricular dance and theater programs. And then finally, want to ensure that how we engaged folks in this process was in the summer, we brought together groups of arts educators, work groups for each discipline. And they spent lots of time this summer just combing the nation for everything they could find around what was happening out there and what was the best recommendations for how to move forward in this climate. So that's pretty much encapsulates what we're talking about when we talk about OSAA, PIL, and music. And I'd love to turn it back to the team. Brenda and Sarah Davis, if there's anything I missed, please chime in.
Thank you, Kristen. I'm really glad that you made sure that everybody knew that these are outdoor activities still. Because that's what we're really focused on right now, is continuing to limit the spread, provide the lowest risk possible, keeping with our priority of focusing on health and wellness of our staff and our students. At the same time, understanding that many of our students need that opportunity for engagement, and it helps to keep our students in school and participating. So thank you, Kristen. All right, if you can stay on just in case the board has any questions, that would be awesome. All right, Roseanne, next slide. So I did want to share a few of our next steps. We are going to consider, just as Kristen said, with the additional OSAA phase 2 activities. We're also going to continue to roll out limited in-person instruction activities, as I had shared before, the pre-K and Head Start, our 6th and 9th grade focus on math and literacy gaps and connection, and then high school for credit areas of need, and mental health, and some connections and tech support. So we will continue to roll those out. In November and December, which it's already November, in addition to our comprehensive distance learning under limited in-person instruction, we are planning for hybrid K-3. And it would be hybrid and some sort of a virtual type of a situation for students. We will be starting to look at engagement opportunities for staff, students, and families, and they will be site and activity specific. One example is our Head Start families. We will be working with the Parent Advisory Council and working with them on a parent survey as well. So that's just one example of how we're keeping the engagement opportunities and the parent surveys local, so that it specifically pertains to the services that we'll be providing and provides us with some direct feedback in the ways in which we should go. So we know in regards to hybrid that we can only do that if we're successful in lowering our rates of infection. And so I can't stress enough for everybody to wear their masks, to wash their hands often, and to continue to be physically distanced of at least 6 feet. That's one way we will start to get our kids back in school. So the final things, January through March, is the potential transition period. Hopefully that's going to work. We can look for in person through a hybrid model for K-3. As Dr. Brown shared earlier in the evening, once we can continue to do that successfully, and we don't have metrics for that, but we would work with our local health partners to establish what that looks like, continuing to monitor our community infection rates. We would hopefully be able to roll in 4th grade and then also 5th grade. As Dr. Brown mentioned, for 6 through 12, it will most likely be that we will continue in comprehensive distance learning while continuing to offer the limited in-person instruction. We certainly hope that our numbers go down enough that we would be able to invite back in 6th, 7th, 8th, but we want to at least get our K3 students in there. And so that is all I have for tonight, and I'm open to questions. Chair Lowry, if you want to do that.
So I think this is all really important, and I know that the public has lots of questions and we as a board have lots of questions. I do want to just point out that we're 38 minutes kind of over our planned schedule. So I do want us to take some time to ask questions here. We'll go in reverse first name order. So we'll start with Scott and we'll go back up the alphabet. When you're going to ask your question, I would ask you to think, could this be an email? If it's something that you feel like the public needs to hear, please go ahead and ask it. But if it's something you could maybe email and we could get a more in-depth response, that would be really helpful. And then we will come back. I'm going to ask everyone to just ask one question so that every board member gets a chance to ask a question. And then we'll come back and have a little more time for questions at the end. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay. Director Bailey, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thanks. Thanks for a great presentation. This really helps my understanding, and I think broadly the public as well. The fitness program is at traditional high schools. What are the options of getting something like that for, say, Alliance?
It's for any of our students who are participating in OSAA athletics. So students at Alliance, if they don't have access to that, they can participate in one of our other teams. So it's based on OSAA, not on our opportunity or willingness to be able to provide additional activities. The additional extracurricular activities that we are looking to provide would fall under the comprehensive distance learning, under limited in-person instruction, and those are different requirements. And so that is definitely something that we're continuing to look at in our athletic and VAPA advisory meeting.
Does that mean a student has to apply to, fill out the form to be participating in athletics in order to be eligible to be in the fitness?
Yes, so they have to fill out the family ID form. They have to have a physical fitness exam, and there's fees associated, and so it's everything that is required to be a member of a team under OSAA.
All right, Rita.
I get it, but it's.
Sorry, Scott, you were cutting out there. I thought you were done. Are you finished with your question? Okay, you're done. Rita, did you have a question for the team?
Yeah, so these things are happening outside. What happens when the weather gets nasty? What's the plan?
They will bundle up.
Okay, so we're not contemplating moving these things indoors?
So with athletics has a seasonal plan. One of the plans is to, in the winter time for winter athletics, to move indoors. Our current metrics would not necessarily support that. So while we're in the planning phase and while we want to do that, we would have to consult with our local public health team to see if that's feasible. So So for right now, they will continue to participate outdoors. We are looking at other ways, like providing tents or looking at other facilities that might have covered structures. So we're trying to provide those accommodations.
And how's it going to work with music?
Kristen, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, definitely leading off with what Brenda just answered in terms of tents and covered areas. As the zones get identified, it's going to benefit athletic directors and music directors to think about the optimal space that might already have like even under the bleachers, right? There's an area there that can be a zone. But minus that, it would be tents. The recommendation is it doesn't have sides on it, that it's got high ceilings. So we just want to make sure that that fits the recommendations.
Okay, I'll refrain from asking other things.
We'll have more question time after. Nathaniel, do you have a question? Nathaniel, did you shake your head? I missed it.
Oh, sorry. I believe you muted yourself for the last bit of that. What was that?
I probably muted myself as I said, Nathaniel, do you have a question? So.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is, again, a bit more general. But I was wondering if we ever do get to the point where we're able to offer some form of in-person education, how are we assuring that all of our buildings are sufficiently ventilated, particularly the older ones?
That is a great question, Nathaniel. I don't necessarily have the answer to that, but I do know that we're looking at safety operating procedures under Chief Dan Young. And so he is working on that. And we understand that that is a huge priority. But I don't have the answer to that.
Nathaniel, this is Amy. I can also pipe in and say that that has been one of the line items under discussion in advocacy for the next round of pandemic relief funding from the federal government to improve ventilation systems, whether it's, you know, independent units or whatever, but that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I want to know that we do have some sort of plan in place, so thanks.
Michelle, did you have a question?
I had a comment and I have a question that can be followed up in email. The comment is, I'm really glad, I appreciate the presentation, really glad to hear that the arts, in particular music, is happening, even if it's outdoors. And I also believe that there's no such thing as bad weather. There's such thing as bad gear. And so I would, you know, I do everything outside. You get rain gear, you know, we're in Oregon. I'm concerned about the kids that might not have access to, you know, good quality gear that would keep them dry and warm, and curious what we would do to address that if it came up. But really glad to actually would have people Google Hunter Nowak and his series of outdoor piano concertos called In a Landscape. And so music happens outdoors, dance can happen outdoors. Really glad to hear that it's available for those kids that find a lot of happiness in that space. So thank you.
All right, we'll ask staff to respond to Michelle's question there about how we might help provide rain gear to kids in need.
We did actually in our athletic advisory meeting on Monday talk about that. The principal at Roosevelt, Katie Parman, actually talked a little bit about that. And so we have discussed ways in which we can make a plan. And actually, one of them was to maybe get on a call with Jonathan to see how we can look to possibly support additional outdoor weather clothing, coats, things like that. So I know that it was a very short timeline. So Jonathan, I'm sure somebody will be getting in touch with you.
I also, we have Columbia Sportswear is located here, and probably really happy to partner with the largest school district in the state. And Next Adventure is a local business that has been very charitable over the years, supporting the Black Ski Club, poor kids going out on outdoor recreation adventures, and would be a great organization, Next Adventure, to contact. And we have the outdoor industry here. We have partners, I'm sure, that would be willing to donate materials for our students.
I appreciate that, Director DePass. We'll follow up with you on some of those specific items. I will also be sharing with the board. For those that you may not know, we do have a PTA clothing drive operated by our PTA partners out of not Madison. Someone help me out. Not Madison. Marshall. Thank you. Marshall. And so right now we are. My team is working with our operations team to think about how we ensure that that clothes that's there and is available to our students. So we're actively working on that. So we'll share more information on how we're working to address the PTA clothing drive.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Julia, did you have a question?
I do. This is on the next steps page, the very last item, the January to March transition when we meet metrics towards hybrid and or in-person instruction for P3. So if you're not in P3, if you were a parent, would you read that as the district doesn't plan on holding any sort of hybrid instruction for fourth grade students and over?
What we have to do is we have to follow the metrics, the ODE metrics, and it specifically talks about K3. We're including our pre-K and Head Start as well. So it specifically talks about K3 first. So that's what we can plan for. As we are successful in implementing that and having kids and staff come back to school, then we can focus on fourth and fifth grade. So I don't want parents of fourth or fifth graders to think that they are completely going to stay in comprehensive distance learning, but I do want them to know that we have to be successful with K3 first before we consider fourth and fifth grade.
Yeah, and maybe just a little bit finer point on that. So are you saying fourth and fifth grade could still happen within the January to March timeframe as long as the metrics were met and it followed P3, or would it be starting in April?
I can't give you a timeline. I would love to give you a timeline, but our numbers aren't cooperating with us. And
trying to interpret what this says, what this means here. If you were a parent, how you would read it. Like, is there any possibility this is going to happen? Or it's all going to be post-March?
Right. And unfortunately, we don't know that. If the metrics stay the same, we won't even have K3 back at hybrid. So because we are above 200. So we have to go a ways down that scale first. And so I do want to reiterate that all of this is still in the planning phases. So we have a number of different committees and groups that we funnel all of our recommendations through. We have a decision-making flow chart that all of this goes through. So we have an advisory committee that these recommendations go through. If you are looking at the next step slide where we're talking about the next phase of our OSAA activities and our LIPI recommendations, like the VAPA ones, we are in the planning stages of the safety, the SOPs, so the safety plan. That just went to our health advisory panel on Monday with some further edits. We are looking at the blueprints and we have to submit the blueprints. And then we still have to get additional final approvals with ELT. And so I just wanted to let people know that even though on the slide it says, hey, we're in our next stages and we're planning, it still has a number of teams that really need to look at all of this. And so that would be the same thing for our hybrid, is that I always tell people this takes a lot longer than anybody wants it to, just because we want to make sure that we are being very cautious and very careful in keeping our staff and our students focused on health and wellness.
So if I could just underline that point, Chair, because I want to make sure that no one walks away with the wrong impression, and I want to make sure that our families and our students manage their expectations. What we provided tonight was an update on where we are in our metrics. You saw those line graphs. We gave you a high-level overview of what the governor's pause and continued messaging on public health measures. The trend is not suggesting that we're coming back anytime soon. You're hearing a glimpse of some of the factors, some of the things that staff is thinking through and has to work out. There's a great deal more vetting that needs to happen internally. We have a number of stakeholders, including our labor partners, that we still have to discuss many of these issues with. So, we're not setting up tents or starting flu practice tomorrow, just to be clear. There's a lot of pressure, and we share the same desire to add back programming wherever possible and bring back our youngest students, bring back our students most impacted, but it's not happening anytime in the immediate short term. So there's just far too many details to get right here, and weather is going to have to be a consideration for some activities, but you wanted a little bit of an idea of some of the questions that we're also trying to answer, and we have to work through those with our building administrators and our employee groups and a lot of the educators that would need to be involved and who we need to be able to offer any kind of programming. So I just want to. I don't want to be silent in mentioning that, and that's why I said up front that I know that we need a deeper discussion as we get a couple more weeks under our belt to think through some of these predictable questions, and some of the ones we'll keep listing and taking note of that you're asking, and we're hearing from families and our educators as well. So it's an ongoing conversation, and I've said from the beginning, where it's safe to and where it's possible, where it meets guidelines and rules, we will open the door as much as we can to our students to get access to in-person activity.
I really appreciate that, Superintendent Guerrero. I think we've taken a long time on this. We had 45 minutes allotted, and we've taken over more than an hour longer than that 45 minutes. So I really appreciate staff being willing to get into some of the weeds and listen to our questions. I think what you've done is you've offered us a little glimmer of hope, right? I think all of us long for normal, both in our personal lives, but also in our schools. At the board retreat, we asked, what is your favorite fall, kind of as our icebreaker, what is your favorite fall activity? And Director Brim-Edwards said, when the kids go back to school and we get to be there on the first day as board members and greet kids. And I think all of us are so anxious for this, but like you, Superintendent Guerrero, we want to get this right. We don't want to endanger our students. We don't want to endanger our staff. But we also are hearing daily the stories of families that are really struggling. So I think what you're seeing from the board tonight and all these questions is just this desire to help be ambassadors and articulate to the community. There is a glimmer of hope, but we also don't want people to feel like we're promising something that isn't going to happen. So I think, like you said, we want to be really clear, like this is what we're planning for, but it isn't imminent. but there is a loosening of some of the ODA metrics. There are some things we're working towards. There's some hope on the horizon. Our staff is working really hard to plan and think and prepare for this. So I just want to honor all of that. I'm going to ask my board colleagues. We've got 3 of us left to still ask questions, and then I'm going to create space for more questions. Again, let's be really, really thoughtful about, can this be an email? Just because we have taken so much time on this and we still have the fund for PPS still to get to tonight. We don't want to push them off again, but we're almost an hour late to having them start. My question, Brenda, is did you say that a staff person had tested positive for COVID, or was it that a staff had an exposure and needed to quarantine?
We have had, so as we continue to open up limited in-person instruction and we continue to offer essential services with many of our departments, we do have a COVID case protocol that we use. And so we do periodically have positive cases. We run them through our protocol. They're investigated with our health department, and then we get clarification and next steps from our health department. And so unfortunately, the school district isn't immune to COVID, and we continue to strive really hard to follow all of our safety and health procedures. The nice thing in regards to this case is it did not spread, and that is good news for us because COVID will happen. I mean, we're seeing it, right? It is happening everywhere. And as long as we continue to follow our really strict safety protocols, we're finding that we are continuing to be successful.
Thank you. Yeah, there's, like you said, no one's immune.
No.
Andrew, did you have a question?
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation. I'll try and keep it brief. And it's kind of picking up on what the superintendent and Chair Lowry talked about. I think there is no clear answer or solution in this pandemic where we are in terms of schools. And I think continuing to bring that to the fore, right? I mean, we had metrics in the state that were at 10 per 100,000. Now they're at 50 and 100 per 100,000. Is that the right number? We actually don't know because we're still learning about this virus, every single day and every single week. Maybe those metrics are too high, or maybe they're actually not. And maybe they're in the right place, or maybe they're even too low for reopening schools. And I think we just need to keep coming back to this and being really open and transparent about that lack of knowledge. And I think one of the values that as the largest school district in Oregon we can bring is helping bring the public along in this conversation. And I think conversations like tonight help, but I would really like to see more of this at a future board meeting of bringing both sides to the table. I mean, and we all get them. Yesterday I got an incredibly articulate, well thought out email from a parent citing study after study after study that said, don't worry about the metrics, opening schools is safe. And this is a public health professional, a doctor, sort of saying this is safe, you all need to open the schools. Today I received a very well thought out, rational, articulate email from a parent basically saying, please, please, please don't expose my child and this community by reopening the schools. No one's gonna be happy whether we keep schools closed, whether we do, hybrid, whether we do, full in person, right? There's going to be people unhappy on all sides, but I think bringing both sides to the table to talk. I really would love to hear from public health professionals who are in favor of reopening schools sooner rather than later. And I would love to hear from public health professionals who are really, really concerned about the impact. I want to hear from teachers who are desperate to get back into the classroom. And I want to hear from teachers who are very, very concerned about their own health and the risk that they pose and they pose to their own community. And I want to hear from parents who really need their kids to be back in school. And I want to hear from parents who are terrified of that prospect. And I think we can actually, government doesn't often do this, right? We often have an outcome that we want to get to, and we're sort of trying to push people. I think in this case, the outcome is reopening schools, but it's reopening schools safely. And I think anything we can do to bring that conversation along and recognize there are a lot of different viewpoints, there are a lot of unknowns, and there is always going to be risk. What Brenda just said, there is COVID in our school community. There is COVID in our community. There's COVID in our workplaces. It's on our sports teams. It's everywhere. We need to do everything we can to limit it, but we're never going to eliminate it for a very, very long time, right? And so thinking through that lens of what can we do And even if that means going down to the state and pushing to change the metrics, and when I say change, I mean perhaps making them a little bit less stringent or perhaps making them more stringent, but again, following the public health information as we learn more as we go through it. So I appreciate the conversation tonight. I think we need to take the time to do a lot more of this moving forward.
Thanks, Andrew. Amy, did you have a question or comment?
I do, and I agree, Andrew. This is the what right now. This is the most important work and considerations in front of us. And I do think that we are planning for some engagement with our health panel, as you suggested. I think staff is on that, so that's great. And then, Brenda, I'm going to take, I posed the question and I didn't get a response, which I think probably means that as a team, we haven't started anything yet in terms of building partnerships on a more comprehensive testing strategy. And I think, Jonathan, this is probably partly in your shop too. I would really encourage that. And again, probably not going it alone, just our school district, but are we talking to OHSU? Are we talking to Kaiser? Are we talking to Providence? Are we working as a system to build that capacity if it's not happening from the statewide level? A lot of school districts are doing partnerships like this right now. So I look forward to hearing more about that. And if there's something that we can do as a board to kind of ignite that effort, I'm all in, because I think that's an important component. But we'll just leave it at that.
All right. And we have folks follow up with Amy on that question. Is there anything else for the good of the order that we need to ask or say on this reopening piece before we move on to our lovely friends with the Fund for PPS?
Quick comment for those of us, you, and I'm conflicted, want to see us reopen as quickly as possible. It was just over a month ago that we were in the hybrid zone. And I think many of us have seen the graphs of infection rate going up and then coming back down. So we could get back there in really not that long of a time. So if for some of you that's a ray of hope, great.
So my only comment I'd have as we close this out is, to me, it seems like a split screen. I heartily agree with Director Scott on a more robust discussion on the metrics and opening. But also, in the meantime, have students in a comprehensive distance learning, and diving more deeply into that as well. We had public comment tonight. I think we've had a discussion about getting a student panel. Just, you know, if we don't ever move out of comprehensive distance learning, be looking, making sure that we're not just focusing on reopening, and at the same time, we've got students in a totally new model. So I would just encourage, try and keep that split screen alive while we are, move between stages potentially.
And can I just note, whether we are going to be able to reopen and when is actually more dependent on what the community environment is looking like, much more than what PPS can do. So as people think about their Thanksgiving plans and then the rest of the holiday season, if they want to see schools open, they need to be responsible. So I think what we're seeing is that family gatherings and that sort of thing are often super spreader events. So people need to be responsible. And I'll leave my rant there.
Thank you, Rita. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break till 9:07, and then we're gonna come back to our Fund for PPS presentation. Thank you to that team for your patience. And thank you so much to Dr. Brown, Chief Martinek, Kristen Brayson, for all of your work in presenting tonight. I appreciate it. All right, see everybody back at 9:07. Waiting so long for us. That was a really important conversation, and I wanted to give it a lot of time so we could all really dig in. But we're really excited now to hear about the fund and the work that Jonathan and you and your team are doing. So welcome, Jonathan, our superintendent, actually. Do you want to introduce this next?
Sure, I'd love to, Chair, quickly. You might recall that in 2019, the Fund for Portland Public Schools was established in part to accelerate our work towards our vision, PPS Reimagined. The Fund for PPS's core mission is to create, coordinate, facilitate public, private, philanthropic partnerships that better foster equitable opportunities and benefits for our students. So tonight we do have an update from Jonathan Garcia, our president for the Fund for PPS, concurrently serving as our Chief Engagement Officer, who, along with our dynamic PPS team members who are with us this evening also. And we also welcome this evening Victoria Lara, board director for the Fund for Portland Public Schools, who serves as the chair, and as a day job, founder and CEO of Lara Media Services. Thanks for being with us here tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent and members of the board. So I am, my team is the what's keeping you from a middle of the week break. So we'll try to do this pretty quickly. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. So what we're doing here today is to give you a year one update of what we've been doing as we build the foundation for the Fund for Portland Public Schools. Again, as the superintendent alluded to, we were established in 2019. Sorry, are you seeing the screen or, oh, am I not sharing? No. Roseanne, are you going to be able to share the screen? There we go. I was forbidden after last week, or the last time, from sharing my screen. So Roseanne is doing us the honor here. Thank you. So next slide. As you know, as the executive sponsors of the of PPS Reimagined, our visioning process, everything that we do as an organization, everything that should be done as part of Portland Public Schools should be in relationship to our vision. And so we took a sentence out of the PPS Reimagined because I think this is the crux of where the Fund for PPS intersects with the work of Portland Public Schools. PPS cannot do it alone. If we want all of our graduates to attain the graduate portrait, we have a collective social responsibility to make this happen. And that's truly what we believe here at the Fund for PPS, is that we want to work and support the work of PPS to really help our graduates attain the graduate portrait. And we're going to, and the way that we're going to leverage our efforts is through the business and philanthropic community. Next slide. So tonight you'll hear from members of our team. And so the agenda for today, again, we'll do a quick intro, give you a high-level overview about the fund. We'll go into some of the accomplishments and successes of year one as we build our foundation. We'll go into a little bit of the local school foundations update, and then we'll close it up with a year two, where do we go from here conversation. So next slide. So as the superintendent alluded to, Victoria Lara, our board chair, is here. And so I want to quickly introduce her to you. Our board chair, Victoria Lara, has been a tireless community leader and civil rights advocate for more than a decade here in Portland. She is the founder and CEO of Lara Media Services, the only Latino woman-owned marketing agency here in the Pacific Northwest. Her endless commitment and advocacy for the community has earned her numerous recognitions, including being honored with this year's Latino Network Aguila Award. Victoria is not only an incredible partner as the chair of our board, she has become a true friend and is encouraged and motivated by our district's vision and the commitment to our students and in particular BIPOC communities. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Victoria to share a few remarks. Next slide.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's such a great honor to be able to serve our community as the chair of the Portland Public School Foundation, alongside with such an incredible board of directors and under the amazing leadership of Jonathan Garcia and our superintendent, Guadalupe Guerrero. I just want to say thank you for sharing that vision that you all created and worked so hard last year and years before with me. And, you know, I just want to let you know that our community has our back. We are here to support and realize and work for that vision that you have for our community and our kids. These days, there is such an unprecedented times full of pain and fear and sickness and uncertainty, but also is full of hope, as you were describing the moments I connect. And the hope for our kids. You know, I have, in my work, I have facilitated more than 80 virtual focus group for Black, Indigenous, people of color here, metro area and rural areas. And I always ask, what gives you hope? And I can say that almost 100% of the people, even with all these different challenges, they always say our kids. And when we say our kids in communities of color, we don't mean only our kids, my kids, they were born for me. It means my brother's kids, my neighbor kids, my community kids. And that's what give us hope in all these times. I'm in the board because I'm aware that now more than ever, there is a need to focus on education, that these kids that we were talking about are receiving, and they will receive in order to help them think about achieve the dreams that are beyond anything we could have ever imagined or thought for ourselves. I myself, you notice, I have a very heavy accent. I'm an immigrant. I came from Mexico almost 25 years ago without speaking any English, without knowing anybody, undocumented, and without knowing the system. And I arrived here with many dreams, but also many fears. But my dreams were bigger than my fears. And I have this strong commitment of building a better future for my family. Of course, pretty soon after I arrived, I understand through firsthand experience the reality of being a woman of color in this country. Being a woman that didn't speak any English, they didn't have anybody to call, or they didn't know this system. But my desire to work towards building an equitable future for me and my family led me to understand the value that education held as being one of the best equalizers in our society. And I'm convinced that we have to create a better equitable and just a better future. We need to invest in our kids' education. And I think that education will be the best way to build an anti-racist and anti-bias culture that provides our communities to thrive. This is the main reason I serve on the board for our kids. And like my dad always showed me and taught me, love is not about just feelings. Love is about a choice and a decision. And leadership is nothing without love. Leadership is a force of love in action. And it's such an honor and privilege. And I thank you for this opportunity to serve in this as the chair foundation. And I'm ready to continue working and work very hard with you and for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, and with that, board, we're going to call it a night. Just kidding. That was amazing. I really appreciated it, Victoria. Thank you for your leadership and for your words.
Say that as the chair of the board, please. I've gotten to know Victoria a little bit. And I just have to say that she is incredible. And I'm so thankful for her allyship and the work that she's doing on behalf of students of PPS. She is as amazing as you think she is.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you.
I want to jump on that too and just say it's so great to see you here, Victoria. I've just loved watching you like get your wings and fly in Portland. And I'm grateful also for your leadership and the example you set for all of us.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Mathilde and Michelle. Thank you.
Chair, since we're piling on, and I'm a member of the fan club too, I'm a big admirer, but I think what's important about what Victoria is sharing about her own personal story and journey is that in this work that she's helping lead, she can really empathize with the experience that our students, our families, and our community are having. I know that her and her family are very actively involved in many of those civil rights issues. And so we have the benefit of having her as the chair of the fund, sort of keeping in mind through that lens the experience that our students and their families are attempting to survive through in the middle of this pandemic. And I think that's a really important lens. And you're going to hear a little bit about what the extent of that has been in the short term and how we're still keeping our sights on the long-term vision, which is what's exciting.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. So moving to the next slide. I won't bore you all with all the details here, mostly because you all were part of the, have been part of the 25-year history of fundraising across our school system. But I want to highlight a few dates here, again, that you all probably have more context and more familiarity than even I do. But in 1994, the PPS Foundation was established. I want to highlight 2008 as another point in our history when the PPS Schools Foundation broadens its effort to include the 7 additional school districts as partners. In 2011, PPS Foundation becomes All Hands Raise. They changed their name to All Hands Raise and expand their footprint. And then in 2019, again, last year, we established, in June of 2019, we established the Fund for PPS. So next slide. And so the Fund for PPS, we're dedicated to building a robust network of generous donors, stewarding our investments, philanthropic investments towards our school and our school district, and overseeing our parent-led school foundation efforts, all really to advance and prepare the movement to prepare students to lead change and improve the world. We'll get into some of the details here. Next slide. And as you met Victoria, our board chair, I also want to introduce you via picture members of the rest of our board that include Chris Mick, Becky Coating, who is a parent, Claire Hertz, which you all know very well. And then at the bottom, I wanted to share with you the amazing team that I get to work with each and every day on the partnership side. You'll hear from most of them tonight from this point on. But I also just wanted to highlight a thing here that I try to do with this slide. If you notice on the left of your slide, under Victoria's headshot is Naila Roque. Naila is, you'll hear from Naila shortly, but the reason she's elevated on this sheet is because 75% of her time is dedicated to the Fund for PPS. And I think the other thing that's important to highlight here, if you haven't had a chance to look at, the last slide of your deck that was presented to you has a link of resources that has a lot more details that we won't go into tonight, but are definitely there. Things like the budgets, things like the operation agreements that kind of get into details of how some of these operational pieces work. But I just wanted to highlight that Naila, again, she is a PPS employee, but 75% of her time is dedicated to the Fund for PPS. And so hence the distinction here. But with that, I'm going to transition over to Toulon to introduce herself and share a little bit about what we do. Toulon?
Hi there. Good evening. It's nice to be here with you. I'm Toulon Spitz. I work in the Strategic Partnerships team. I'm also a parent of a PPS 8th grader. My pronouns are she, her. And Jonathan, you want to go to the next slide, or Roseanne, the next slide for me, please? Great. So this kind of recaps a little bit of what we've heard from both the superintendent and Jonathan. What you see on this slide are sort of the three overarching areas of endeavor for the Fund for PPS. Building our generosity network is really about building that collective movement toward realizing the district's vision, PPS Reimagined, and that could be through philanthropic investments or strategic partnerships. The stewardship piece is about aligning the fund's pursuit of these investments and partnerships with the district's vision, the emerging strategic plan, and it's also importantly about being able to accelerate toward racial equity and social justice through innovation and innovative projects. And then, of course, it's also on the fund to maintain close relationships with funders through transparency and accountability. And then a third area of our work is to support the parent fundraising efforts that happen via the local school foundations. And you'll hear more about that shortly from another team member. So next slide. And again, this first year of the Fund for PPS, we've really worked to establish the organization, creating structure and getting systems in place so that we can perform the key functions of fundraising and supporting the LSFs. And we're really gaining some momentum. So next slide. So this by the numbers is a snapshot of our first fiscal year, which ended on June 30th. And in that first fiscal year, the Fund for Portland Public Schools raised $574,000. That's distinct from the nearly $4 million that you'll see on this slide the local school foundations raised. The dollars raised by the Fund for PPS went to general operating support, to targeted investments that have clear through lines to the district's vision, and in large part this year to the Coronavirus Relief Fund for PPS students and families. The fund initiated this relief fund in March to be able to provide direct support to students and families with a primary focus on food insecurity and meeting those needs. In less than 3 months from late March through June, the relief fund raised $400,000. And as of the end of September, we had reached more than 3,500 PPS students with direct support. And PPS staff, and in particular social workers and counselors, were the ones that helped identify those families that have been most impacted by the pandemic, with a focus on students and families of color. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit more information on the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which we really see as an example of how the Fund for PPS sort of lived into those PPS core values of relationships, of students at the center, and of racial equity and social justice. So as of September 30th, this relief fund had raised $725,000. And this is really an example of collective impact from our community. It's due to the generosity of more than 700 individual donors, including some large dollar donors like Ray and Bobby Davis. The list of individual donors includes more than 200 members of the Portland Association of Teachers with a matching contribution from PAT. And then the relief fund through the Fund for PPS also applied for and received corporate and nonprofit grants, for instance, from Intel, Genentech, No Kid Hungry, and also received a grant from the Oregon Health Authority. So by the end of the year, this year, end of December, the Relief Fund will have provided about $500,000 in support, direct support to PPS families in need, again, with that focus on students of color and families who are facing multiple barriers due to the impact of the pandemic and economic downturn. And lastly, I'll just say we're keenly aware that as the pandemic continues, families will continue to need support and be impacted. The Relief Fund is actively seeking donations on the website fundforpps.org. And I thank you for your time tonight. And with this, I'll turn over the mic to my colleague, Camille Idedevo.
Thank you, Toulon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Camille Idedevo. I am the Corporate and Foundation Relations Officer for Portland Public Schools. Happy to be with you this evening. Next slide, please. So with its Home Classroom Kit initiative, the Fund for Portland Public Schools really stepped up to make sure that students who qualify for free and reduced price meals have everything that they need to be successful learning from home. So through the generosity of philanthropic partners, from community partners, from faith partners, all sorts of partners, we've been able to furnish over 2,000 students these home classroom kits. And when we talk about the home classroom kit, what we're talking about is a comprehensive kit of supplies that includes math manipulative, science equipment, art supplies, and everything that really gives color to the educational experience and brings the classroom alive for students wherever they are. And just to highlight some of the generous folks that have come alongside us on this project, JP Morgan Chase, IQ Credit Union, New Relic, Amazon, Bridgetown, Imago Dei, just to name a few. And that also includes parents. So we're super grateful that we've been able to do this, and the number is also increasing. Next slide, please. So innovation and the amplification of the great work at PPS is at the center of who the Fund for Portland Public Schools is. As a state, Oregon has really taken the lead as the leaders of climate justice nationwide, but more specifically, we've heard from our students that this is a priority. We've heard and seen via their demonstrations, their board testimony, even today, that climate justice and climate change, the science of climate change is something that we should be prioritizing. So our friends at PGE, Portland General Electric, said that they wanted to support and build on the great work that students were already leading. And so what they've done is they invested $250,000 in the development of climate change, climate justice curriculum K-12. And what that looks like is in each of our science and social studies classes K-12, students get a unit dedicated to the science of climate change and climate justice, in addition to an interdisciplinary elective at the high school level. So this, among other initiatives, is just an example of the way that the Fund for Portland Public Schools is building on the great work of PPS, but also innovating. Next slide, please. And as Toulon mentioned earlier, one of the functions of the Fund for Portland Public Schools is to build the generosity network, which includes the investment piece, but in addition to investment, it also includes high impact partnerships. So I just want to take a moment to highlight a couple of the people that you see up on the screen. So O Planning and Design helped us to send Harriet Tubman Middle School to go see the movie Harriet in the fall, which is really great. At the beginning of the pandemic, when everything shut down, Amazon and DoorDash really stepped up to make sure that we could get deliveries, meal deliveries to families who, for whatever reason, couldn't leave their homes. And so they jumped right in the spring and the summer. And Lyft has provided us and continues to provide us with unique ride codes to make sure that families can get to and from essential services. So as you can see, these partnerships are really important. The ones that we currently have, the ones that we're building, and the ones that have yet to be realized. So just as much as the investment is important, so are these partnerships to really accelerate our work. So we accept more individuals to come alongside the Fund for Portland Public Schools as we support the students of PPS. So on that note, thank you for your time, and I'm going to pass the mic to Naila.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Naila Roque, and I am the Donor Services and School Resources Associate And also for the Fund for PPS, I am the Fund Development Associate. Next slide, please. So first I'll start by sharing a little information about the local school foundations, which are parent-led fundraising groups. Local school foundations are different from other parent fundraising groups in that they raise funds specifically to support FTE costs. Part of fundraising for FTE also involves contributions to the PPS Parent Fund. That fund is redistributed to schools based on a demographic formula, and that will be explained in more detail later in the presentation. There are 43 local school foundations, 35 affiliated LSFs, and 8 independent LSFs. Affiliated foundations operate under the 501c3 umbrella of the Fund for PPS and receive a variety of support services. Independent local school foundations operate under their own 501c3 and receive a more limited set of services. Next slide, please. We had a very successful first year as the Fund for PPS. We finalized the operating agreement between the Fund for PPS and PPS School District as two organizations that are simultaneously separate and closely aligned. It's important to understand where each organization is different and how each entity can support the other. Also, one of the first things we did was document and outline our internal financial controls. We wanted to make sure the practices of the Fund for PPS align with generally accepted accounting principles and set the organization on a path to a healthy financial future. We also developed a comprehensive operations manual. Our institutional knowledge and framework is written so that it's clear for our work and the meaning of our work to move forward in a way that's thoughtful, conscious, and intentional. Jumping back to local school foundations, a major goal of our first year was to ensure a smooth transition of LSF services from all hands raised to the Fund for PPS. LSFs receive different fundraising supports, a full list of, and that full list is available in the LSF handbook. And while I won't name them all here, I will mention a few. So one of the services that LSFs receive is monthly financial reporting. Local school foundation leaders can clearly see month by month which donors have contributed to their schools, any expenses that were incurred, and what their net income has been. They also have the ability to accept online donations in a variety of ways, not just on the Fund for PPS website, but also through fundraising software and other virtual platforms. There are day-to-day operational supports, such as managing and fulfilling payments, including check requests for vendors, and expense reimbursements for volunteers. Finally, the Fund for PPS serves as a knowledge base, especially for our new volunteers who may be unfamiliar with the operations and compliance of a local school foundation, how the Fund for PPS can help, and where to go to find resources. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we have 43 active local school foundations. Because all schools may operate a local school foundation, schools who do not have an active LSF are considered to have an inactive foundation. And any school that wants to activate their local school foundation has the Fund for PPS as a support. Affiliated and independent local school foundations raised a total of $3.93 million last school year. Of the $3.93 million, local school foundations retained $2.76 million to support their school's staffing efforts. The remaining $1.2 million were contributed to the PPS Parent Fund, and those awards supported 53 PPS schools and programs. I will now hand things over to Robin Ferrone.
Sorry, let me unmute there. Hi, my name is Robin Ferone. I'm the School Partnerships Manager, also a PPS parent. I have a middle schooler and a high schooler. So I'm continuing on with a bit more about the parent fundraising over the years. This slide shows a line graph of the last 3 years. The top line is how much the local school foundations raised that they were able to keep within their own school communities. And the bottom line is how much went to the PPS Parent Fund. So it's a 2/3, 1/3 split. The first $10,000 that the school foundation raises is exempt. And then anything they raise after that gets split into 2/3 in the school's account and 1/3 in the PPS Parent Fund. So next slide. To summarize, the 2/3 amount typically pays for around 30 to 40 FTE each year in the schools that raise the money through the school-based foundations. And then on the other side, the schools that are awarded PPS parent funds are not required to use those grants for staffing. Nearly half do. And so that translates into another 10 FTE approximately. So we would estimate that between 30 and 50 full-time staffing positions are funded through the dollars raised by the school-based foundations each year. That includes teaching positions and classified and other positions. Next slide. So the $1.2 million that was raised last year is in the PPS Parent Fund that we re-granted to schools. And so they are using those funds in the 2020-21 school year. So the 53 schools and programs received those awards, and the Fund for PPS worked with their board and developed a new transparent formula to distribute these funds in a new way, kind of starting from scratch. What would be the best way to distribute these dollars? And developed 2 required criteria. First, at least 40% of the student population of the school needs to qualify as historically underserved, which includes students of color, limited English proficiency, and special education. And second, at least 15% of the students in the school must be eligible for free meals. So through this formula, Pioneer School Community Transition Program and Mount Scott Learning Center each received awards for the first time. The grant amounts were determined based on the number of students in that school community and ranged from 12,500 to small alternative schools to 45,000 to large comprehensive high schools. And the slide kind of shows a breakdown of how those amounts were allotted. Next slide, please. And finally, this is a pie chart that gives you a glimpse of how the PPS Parent Fund awards are invested in those 53 schools. This is from a previous year, but it gives an idea. So about 44% of the awarded schools used the money for staffing. And while the grant is not usually enough to cover a full-time position, it can increase a position's hours, or it can bump up an employee from part-time to full-time. 41% of the awards are spent on academic supports, including tutoring or Chromebooks, technology, and also educator professional development. And then the last pie there is 16% of the awards spent on school climate, including family engagement, interventions to increase attendance, and student affinity groups. So I can tell you that that administrators wait to hear whether they're getting this award. And we get lots of thank you emails in response when they find out the good news if they get one, because these grants, although not huge, represent flexible dollars, and they have so little of that isn't already predetermined based on restricted funds. And so they're able to tie their outcomes that they want with those grants to their school improvement plans. So that is the end of my slide. I'd like to hand it back over to Jonathan to close us out here.
Thank you, Robin. And board, if I may, I just want to say that I have the great honor of working with such an amazing team, which you heard tonight. So while you may see me on Tuesday nights at the board meetings, these are the folks that are doing the real work behind the scenes and really leading with so much care and passion for the students that we get to serve. So I'm just honored to work with them each and every day. So thank you, team, for staying up past your bedtimes to join us for this board meeting and share the good work that you're all leading. So next slide. So as we continue building upon the foundation of the Fund for PPS, we have selected a few areas of focus moving forward. Next slide. So what's next? So as we think about, so there are 5 areas that we're going to be focused on this in our second year as an organization. As was shared earlier, after a competitive proposal process, the board members of the Fund for PPS selected the firm McDonald Jacobs to perform the fund's first audit. McDonald Jacobs is a Portland-based, highly accredited firm. The firm has already filed an extension for our first 990 to the IRS and is working and will continue to work with the Fund for PPS over the next several months to complete the audit. And we will also be submitting our audit and documentation to the GuideStar Gold Star Seal of Transparency, which is among the highest transparency markers in the nonprofit space. The question of equity and equitable access for all PPS students is not only part of the PPS vision, but part of the commitment of the Fund for PPS. It starts with examining our own bodies of work and asking if these practices are advancing racial equity. That's why we began a set of community conversations to investigate what ResJ looks like in the context of parent-led fundraising. This exploration began last year and paused because of COVID, and will continue this year, including administrators in schools without foundations. And we'll also be working on our nonprofit infrastructure. So while the staffing infrastructure of the Fund for PPS is limited to part-time staff who serve as dual role as PPS district employees, we still continue to build the infrastructure by building out various policies and administrative guidances to cement and formalize our work. We are working to set up our strategic planning, set up some strategic planning sessions with the board to really lay out a full out development fundraising plan. So the Fund for PPS has always been committed to raising dollars to support PPS students and families, even in our first year. And we're grateful for the dollars we've brought in. Moving forward, we're continuing to seek philanthropic donations to support students through the Coronavirus Relief Fund, as was mentioned earlier. And we will also be focused on large investments around some of the work that you members of the board and PPS staff are leading, things like the Center for Black Student Excellence, middle school redesign. As the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us, we don't have a crystal ball, and we never know what's around the next corner. While focusing on these strategic goals, while we'll be focusing on these strategic goals, we will also retain an ability to be nimble and responsive to unforeseen challenges and opportunities, again, like our Coronavirus Relief Fund as an example. And as I shared earlier, we're extremely grateful to our board members who have really stepped up to be leaders of the Fund for PPS in our first year as an organization. Another key area of focus this year is board development, and the board is actively recruiting to expand our board and set up leadership strategies that will continue to move our organization forward. So a lot of work to be done, but again, just honored, next slide, just honored that I get to work with Victoria Lara as our board chair, the members, the rest of the board members of the fund, and of course our incredible team here who just shared all of our success in year one. So with that, I just want to thank you. I know it's 9:45, and I want to turn it over back to Chair Lowry for any questions. And again, I want to just highlight that on slide 26 are resources that include information about the local school foundations and the fund. So if folks had any questions, specific questions according to those documents, there they are.
Thank you, Jonathan and team, for all of that deep and comprehensive work. I do want to say that I was involved with the local school foundation at Selwood Middle School. I was the vice president and president there. And one of the reasons I really enjoyed the foundation was because it is one of the areas of parent fundraising that does include an equity framework. And I think it's really important that we have this sense of, I think, that Victoria said about our kids, right? It's not just the kids at Selwood, it's the kids throughout PPS. It's all of our kids that we're raising funds for and supporting and helping give wonderful educational experiences to. So thank you to the foundation and for all the work you do for all of our students. Board members, we're gonna run through and see if you have questions. I know it's very late and we still have like 3 more agenda items. So again, want to give time to this because I know there are some questions about the foundation and this is our first annual report from them, but do also want to just call attention to the time. So we're going to go in alphabetical order by last name just to mix things up and keep us awake. So we are going to go ahead and start with Director Bailey. Do you have a question or a comment for the
comment? Great work, laying a solid foundation. Appreciate the attention to both the financial detail as well as the programmatic aspects, and really timely assistance during COVID for the families who needed it the most. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I wanted to ask a little more about the equity direction. It's has been a hot topic. I'm glad to see that you're beginning to address that and in a, I think, a careful fashion. Can you give a little more detail as to the process going forward, or is there a strategic direction emerging, or any details along those lines?
Sure. So, as we alluded to last fall, pre-pandemic, we hosted a series of conversations with parents who are active fundraisers in their local school foundations, and as you can imagine, those conversations were really fruitful from an advantage of those folks that were familiar with the process, right? We're familiar with fundraising and the history and the work. I think what we wanted to take on in the spring is to have a conversation with folks from schools and from schools that don't have active foundations, right? To really gauge, not have a philosophical debate of why one school has a foundation and why one school doesn't, but really to have a conversation about what does philanthropy look like and how do we unpack philanthropy across our community. And so this past, actually 10 days ago, Robin Ferrone and Naila Roque shared an activity that they could do with very specific questions around our racial equity lens to really begin to think about how might they think they look at their dollars that stay in their school through an equity lens, right? Just because it stays there doesn't mean that doesn't become an equity conversation. And so a conversation about how you center BIPOC students at that school. So I think all that to say, I think as we embark in the spring with a series of conversations. I think we're going to be focused on talking to administrators who benefit from the PPS parent funds. As it was alluded, $45,000 to a non-direct or of general support helps our principals. So a lot of conversations, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Which, as you know, with some of our other topics like naming, this is a slow process to get to where we want to be as an institution.
Thanks, Jonathan. All right, Director Brim Edwards, do you have a question?
I have two comments. First, I want to just thank the team that presented. It was a great snapshot of this year, and from talking to parents and staff and students, I know your work was really appreciated and when you stood up the COVID fund. A couple comments just generally, and the first is just about foundations. Ever since I've been a PPS parent, this has been a big question in the parent community about equity and their role, and how we can, as a community, lift up everybody's kids. And our current policy, well, we don't really have a current policy that looks at the purchasing of teachers and under what conditions. And I think for our community deserves us to be much more explicit about what that looks like, under what conditions staff can be purchased using foundation funds, and under what conditions. And currently we don't have a clear policy statement. And to me, that falls right in the board's realm of work. We have a policy, but it's pretty generic and doesn't get to this issue of purchasing teachers and under what conditions. Also, there's, depending on what school you're in or what community, foundations are either a great way to support students in your schools, or they're the great unequalizer. And so I think as a broader community, we just need to be really transparent about how things work. And I'm glad that you're hiring McDonald Jacobs. They're a great local firm. And posting the 990, providing transparency around the budget, which I think tonight's a great start. But I think that will start answering questions, because again, I think this has been a very divisive, in some cases, a very divisive issue among the parent community. So I think those are things that, as you build forward, are going to be really important to create equity. Because if I'm a parent looking at the numbers right now tonight, I look at, you have 2.76 million going to 43 schools and 1.24 million going to 53 schools. And so you have a much smaller amount of money going to the neediest schools, and the larger amount being retained in the wealthier schools. And so, how can the foundation even that out maybe? So those are just my comments. They're more go forwards, but thank you all for your work. And again, I challenge the board to get after our policy work around this. Hopefully Rita's got it on her.
It's on the tracker somewhere. I remember seeing it at the last
She
meeting.
definitely, and I'm sure Director Moore could speak to it, but I know that it is being actively worked on as we speak. So I don't know where Director Moore is. But thank you, Director Moore. I appreciate those comments.
Yeah, Rita's been having some internet issues tonight, so she pops out and then pops back. Director DePasta, do you have a question, comment?
I had comments very similar to Director Bailey and Director Brim Edwards, in that my questions are, knowing that how gentrification has impacted, where kids go to school, that we know that we have segregated neighborhoods in Portland by income and race. And while I very much appreciate the work the team has gone through, and trust that you'll dive deep into these like super complex, delivering equity is not easy, and as you're probably all very aware of. I look forward to learning more about the work and to seeing how the fund can equalize the distribution of funds. Like as Director Brum Edwards said, a large pot of money going to the schools that are well off and a smaller amount being spread more thinly between the schools that we all know need it, very badly. So I look forward to the work of the team. I appreciate the team being here so late. And I hope that we're able to be mindful of those discrepancies that we still see even in the presentation tonight.
Director Constam, did you have a question or any comments?
So Jonathan, I really appreciated what you said about increasing focus on how the fundraising schools are using their 2/3 that they're retaining, because this is an area where there really hasn't been any scrutiny, and frankly, there hasn't been any transparency, partly by design, so that individual teachers don't know, who's paid for by private funds and who's not. But I think that's really important also because when we look at the investments, the equity investments that we're making in our reformed staffing formula, it's all on a percentage basis. And so I've always said that, to be a historically underserved student in a school with a small population of kids like you is about the worst thing to do, because you're getting very little specific resources within that school to support that student population. And, when you have a big school and you can have 150 students that maybe represent a small percentage of the overall student population, but they have needs that are going unmet. So I think that's an interesting piece of the equity conversation. And I was interested to see that now it's only about half of the money going to staffing and half to other things, which is a shift in the trend. If it's going to actual materials like Chromebooks or professional development. So I'm assuming that all is just happening by the principal's discretion these days. But I think that's, I hope that school communities are having conversations about that, and that those priorities are being informed by those school communities too, because that's a different way of doing things. But I agree with you, Jonathan. You have an awesome team. You're all wonderful. Thank you very much. You guys have really created a formidable force in a short period of time. We appreciate your work.
Thanks, Director Constam. I don't have a question, and Director Moore is texting me her question. So we will go ahead to Director Scott.
Thanks. Can you hear me? I'm on a different device. All right, good.
Yes, we can hear you.
No, so I appreciate the report and the information, and I'll just echo very briefly some comments by my fellow board members, because this issue so depends on the angle at which you observe it from, that you could easily look at these numbers and say, wow, parents in this district raised $1.2 million for kids who weren't their own to help these schools and sort of bring them up, and yet you observe it from a different angle, and as I think Director Brum Edwards said, $2.76 million for a smaller number of schools versus 1.2 for a larger number of schools, and those probably are the wealthier. They are the wealthier schools, are performing. I think we have such an opportunity to lead this racial equity conversation through this, and I have to imagine the 30% was a hard sell when we put that in, and yet I feel as though the conversation around equity is continuing to progress, and that I wonder if, having these conversations about when do we move that to 50%, right, is actually a much easier sell today than it would have been, 5 or 10 years ago. And I know in my kids' school community, it is. And I just, I think there's a real opportunity here to see it as the end both, right? To see it as how do we tap in to families that have means in order to really benefit the families that don't. And this is a great tool to do that if we get it right. So I appreciate that focus and continuing that conversation.
All right, Director Moore texted me her question, but it's something that's already been asked. So she's going to go back and watch the video. She says, when she has internet again, her internet has decided to give up the ghost after our long meeting. So she's trying to get back in. We'll see when it happens. Student Director Shu, did you have any questions or comments?
Not that much. Just like to say that I agree with what's been said by Directors Wim Edwards, DePass, and Scott, and that foundations can be drivers of inequity, which is something that I've definitely witnessed firsthand in my time at PPS. So I agree that we must be very mindful of that.
Yeah, and once Jonathan has fixed the foundation system, then we can start talking about the driver of inequity that occurs within PTA fundraising by schools as well. So that's another place for us to explore as we think about, again, parents advocating for their kids. What does it look like when we as a whole collective school district advocate for our kids? So we still have lots of work to do, but Jonathan and team, thank you so much for the work you've done on this behalf, and we'll continue on. All right, we have another item.
Chair Lowry, that if we feel abundant individually and collectively, that, I think maybe some of the work of the PPS Foundation is to help people understand that, this isn't pie. Like there's enough, we're prospering, we're resilient, we all have enough. And the mark of a great community, a great civilization is the ability to be able to take care of those that can't take care of themselves. So spread abundance.
Chair, I also appreciate Director's conversation here, and we're of course appreciative of family generosity towards our schools. And I do think it's important to step back and look at the bigger picture, because this board has also approved our recommendations for an evolving, more equity-based resource management. And so when you look at a school that's, say, designated CSI, which oftentimes has a concentration of students of color, you can see transparently in our budget book that they may not have fundraising capacity, but we're certainly ensuring that we're resourcing them as generously, if not even more generously, in the way of the allocation of positions or materials or other conditions that help provide equitable opportunities in those schools. And we're going to keep doing that. So it is important to look at all of it on balance. So how do we sort of maximize every dollar coming into the school district to make sure that we're meeting the needs of students? But your points are very well taken, though.
Again, onwards, right? It's late and I'm a little punchy. Superintendent Guerrero, we get to talk now about enrollment balancing, correct?
We do.
Not enrollment balancing, enrollment update. See, look, I'm so tired. I don't even know what I'm saying. Let me look at my script so I say the right thing. All right.
You're going to start
October enrollment count. That's what we're going to do next. Would you like to introduce the October enrollment count, Superintendent Guerrero?
I would, and transparently, you should know that this grid is going to suddenly get very much smaller. So all districts submit to the Oregon Department of Education student enrollment reports detailing the number of K-12 students that are enrolled on the first day of school in October. Each year we share this report with the board as a topic of interest, and normally this would have already come to you in October, but since the Department of Ed pushed back the actual count date to a later date in October due to comprehensive distance learning, we're sharing this information with you a little bit later than usual, but back for a second act, to borrow Kristen Brayson's term, Dr. Russ Brown is going to review some of the highlights from an informational memo that I believe you already received in the way of a student enrollment report. So, Russ?
Thank you. Again, pleased to be back with you. I will be brief. I think the memo is somewhat self-explanatory. Overall, we saw a decrease in enrollment in Portland Public Schools from the 2019-2020 year to the 2020 school year, but of 1,552 students, or 3.4%. The vast majority of that decline was observed in kindergarten and first grade. And that probably doesn't come as much surprise to many because, again, the comprehensive distance learning environment is probably better suited to older students than kindergartners. Secondary enrollment, on the other hand, was much more consistent. And consistent with projections, we saw a greater decline in the elementary grades. Again, that was somewhat expected from projections. And the secondary grades, on the other hand, were more stable. So again, the memo, I think, is fairly self-explanatory, and it outlines the changes grade by grade, both in comparison to the observed enrollment last year and also in comparison to the anticipated projected, wow, I'm getting tired too, projected enrollment this year.
So I would only add to Dr. Brown's memo and highlights here that it's a similar trend as what our other surrounding metro districts have reported in conversations with superintendents over each week. They've been sharing pretty consistent scale of enrollment drops at pretty much the same pattern in those younger grades, especially kindergarten. So I don't want to alarm you, but it's a phenomenon that we're observing across the state.
All right, any board questions or comments before we move on? It looks like Julia and Amy each have one.
Yeah, so, you know, it just seems pretty distressing that we've lost 1,500 students. And I'm curious, I sent Dr. Brown a email before in advance of the meeting, but it wasn't much in advance, but asking whether we had this in if we had disaggregated data on where we're losing these students. And then I guess a question, so I'd be interested in getting that at another point in time, but it's just as a follow-up. And then the question I would have is, have we done any sort of analysis of, you know, where these students are going? So if other districts are losing students as well, are they homeschooled? Are they going to other districts? Are they going to other states where schools are open? I guess I'm sure it's a little bit of all that, but are we doing any sort of detailed analysis of where those students have gone? Or are they just, you know, dropping out? I guess is another question I would have, the older students.
And Julie, I'll just piggyback with you so Russ, you can answer in the same push. My question that I had submitted before was, do we have any significant deviations, any schools that stand out as losing, you know, a significant number of students or losing students at grades other than kindergarten and first grade?
So just to be brief, in terms of, you know, looking across the system and who was leaving, we didn't see a lot of difference based on race. The folks who were leaving, it ranged between 4% and 7% by race, and it was fairly consistent across race. So I didn't see a huge differential there. In looking across the system, again, secondary grades were pretty stable, and the enrollment in secondary, you know, grades 8 and up looks pretty stable. And progressively, as you go younger, then we're seeing less enrollment. In terms of individual buildings, I think it's a little premature to talk about that, though I will say in looking at the data, the lion's share of the loss was in elementary schools. So the secondary schools look fairly stable on this. Finally, in terms of knowing where students have gone, if they have been enrolled with us and went someplace else, I think it's a little early for us to know that, but I would anticipate that we will have additional information about students who've left us if they've gone to other systems over time.
And not so fun fact, I just learned this year that Oregon is one of only a handful of states where kindergarten is not mandatory.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Anybody else, or are we ready to move on to our guest? Oh, Nathaniel had a question. Great, go, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know we don't have that much data, but I was wondering if we expect to get the students that we're losing in the younger or the earlier grades back at some point, or if they're just gone.
Well, I think as you heard a moment ago, kindergarten isn't a required element here. And so I think there is some anticipation that students who or families who are planning on having their students enroll in kindergarten or first grade would likely come back. We are, and we have an ongoing relationship with Portland State University to do enrollment projections in the coming year. I do think that will be a more challenging thing than it has been in the past. And I am so happy that we work with a well-known demographer in that work moving forward, because this is a historical event, and I think it's going to be a little challenging to predict what's going to happen in the future on that. We would certainly, however, look forward to welcoming early childhood students back to our schools.
And what's interesting there, Dr. Brown, too, is that you don't know what grades they'll be in. You know, they may just sit it out and go back to where they would have been this year. So you hear a lot of talk among parents about that, parents of young kids.
And I think this underscores why we've spent so much time talking about early childhood and really trying to re-engage in early childhood.
All right. Well, we have had, thank you very much, Dr. Brown. We have had PCC trustee Sonnleitner with us for hours now. He is here to talk to us about the Oregon School Board Association, or OSBA as we normally refer to it. He's running for one of the positions. OSBA is organized as one general state association with 23 regionally elected representatives established across 14 geographic regions. So in even numbered years like 2020, boards vote to elect regional representatives for the odd numbered positions, even numbered years, odd numbered positions on the OSBA board of directors, and to approve the OSBA legislative priorities and principles. So our board is going to vote on November 17th, which is our next board meeting, for position, I think position 15 and position 17, which represent Multnomah County. And tonight, one of the candidates for position 17, Michael Sonnleitner, is here to share with us why he is seeking this seat. So welcome, PCC trustee Sonnleitner.
I'm unmuted. Thank you, Chair Lowry. And thank you all for your patience. Your conscientiousness over the past 3 hours has been very impressive. And I myself don't mind having sat through this because it's been very educational. I've learned a lot about your challenges and also about your personalities. And I love the sense of humor that often is present with you. Thank you. I want to confine myself to only 5 minutes because we all need to get to sleep, and I'm a little punchy too. I've been on the PCC board for 6 years. Before that, I was a full-time instructor of political science and peace studies at PCC for 27 years. And so I am the first former employee of PCC ever to be on the board. This is not so much about me, but I think it's relevant that I'm hypersensitive when it comes to issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, because much of my life I have felt excluded. I am gender non-binary in my own identity. That's unusual. I don't tend to see things in dualistic, simple either-or categories. And that's been heavily influenced by a lot of contact with Eastern religious and cultural traditions. I've spent about 3 years in India over at various points in time. I'm a scholar of both Gandhi and Martin Luther King. My doctoral dissertation was a combination of the two. I went to Fisk University as part of my undergraduate education, and I have a feeling for how it is to be in a minority position, even though obviously I'm not Black, and that's not my experience. But we need empathy. We also need representation. And that's my primary motivation here. My board at PCC selected me to be their representative on the Oregon Community College Association board. You may know that that board represents 17 community colleges in the state of Oregon and is independent of OSBA. And yet the Oregon School Board Association also represents community colleges and educational service districts, and of course, K through 12 districts. Technically, I think there are only 22 board members now with OSBA. There can be 23, but there are 22. Of those, 20 come from K through 12 districts throughout the state. 2 have people representing educational service districts. Not a single seat is there for community colleges. There has been historical poor collaboration between OCCA and OSBA. And someone like me, I hope, might bridge some of that gap because we have students in common, literally. My grandson in Centennial District is in kindergarten. I spend 2 days a week struggling with him online. It's very educational. These are tough times, but it goes all the way up. When you have foster students time out and perhaps graduate from your high schools, many of them come to PCC, and they're among our most at-risk students to drop out. We don't have a seamless garment of continuity for students. We don't have clearness when it comes to dual credit, which is a big issue. And I think it's important for maybe you folks to realize that, of course, PCC is very big. We're down to 65,000 students. But what you might not know is about 10% of those, about 6,500, are pre-college students. During my years of teaching at PCC, I figure I had about 15,000 students in my classrooms. At least 1,000 of those were high school students. I'm used to teaching high school students. There is not a separate reality, strictly speaking, between K through 12 and community colleges. We must learn to cooperate better with one another. You might learn something from some of our challenges and experiences regarding to DEI. We certainly can learn from you how to retain instructors, how to diversify our employee base to better reflect the needs and, of course, the appearance even of our more and more diverse student bodies. So bottom line is, I'm here because of my strong interest in K through 12. All 4 of my now grown adult children went to Portland Public Schools. I myself helped to create, as a founding parent, Da Vinci Middle School in the PPS district, the Arts Magna program for a middle school. I've been involved and I've come to PPS meetings, your board meetings in the past. I've been a little bit on the busy side recently, I am involved. I am concerned. I am empathetic. And I desire to have your support in trying to bridge for our students, K through 12, through at least community colleges, if not further. That's a simple summary, and it is within 5 minutes. I haven't told you as much about myself as I might like, but this is really not so much about me. It's really about how we can be a better team statewide with one another. I supported the Student Success Act. I was in Salem every week during the last legislative session, supporting the Student Success Act, even though it excluded community colleges. I support.
We appreciate that work that you have done, and thank you for your time with us tonight.
Yes.
You've sent us your resume and your nomination form and a letter, and that's all in our board packet in board books. So we have access to that. We so thank you for your time tonight, Trustee Sonnleitner.
Thank you. And
we sent out your response to the SBAC question in my last weekly update. So board members, you also have Trustee Sonnleitner's response there. So thank you so much for your time and your patience tonight.
Very nice sleep. Take care.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other items before us tonight that we need to cover before we get to end our lovely evening? All right, seeing none.
Ailey, I'm sorry to do this, but don't we vote as a whole board on one candidate for the OSBA nomination? So how do we arrive at that? We'll have that conversation next week?
Yes.
And do we have the information about the other candidate?
Yes. So Katrina came and spoke with us in October and provided information with us then. And in our my board update that I send out tomorrow, I will link to the nomination forms, resumes for all three candidates. So Michael and Katrina are both running for number 17, and then Sonia McKenzie is running unopposed for number 19. So I will send all that information out in the email tomorrow, and then information will be on our packet for Thursday as well.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Good night, Grace.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and announce that the next meeting of the board will be next week, November 17th, and that this meeting is now officially adjourned. Watch